Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. We are here with yet another episode of Raw News No Fluff. A lot has gone on this week that should probably be discussed a lot. You had the ships on the coast, near the coast of Chinese and Russian ships on the coast of, near the coast of Alaska. You had what's his name? DeSantis trying to backpedal on all the books that he said Florida need not have, or the history books need history classes need not be considered. You had, oh gosh, a lot. There was a lot going on this week, and I'm excited to say that. Oh, what did I just do? Okay. I'm excited to say that we have two things that we're going to talk about, and those two things warrant a little bit of discussion. Well, two things to three things total. I should probably grab, you know what? I'll be right back. Right back. Don't go anywhere. Just listen for me. I'm here still. I'm here still. I have to go grab some. Hold on. Hold on. I'm coming. Hold on. I'm coming. All right. Coming back. Coming back. Coming back. Sorry about that. I had to grab something that I did not grab when I needed to. Anywho, okay. So what we're talking about right now. Do me a favor, please, 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 please. Share this to your page, like it, love me. Okay. Again, there were a few things that went on this week besides the ships near the coast of Alaska and DeSantis trying to backpedal on what he said about what needed to be taught in the school systems of Florida. I think he's realizing that don't nobody like him. So tough luck, because we're not going to forget what you did, and those books are probably long gone by now. So, I will go ahead and get started. If I am a little flustered, I was cutting habanero peppers today, and for the first time ever, your girl did not use gloves. Use gloves, people. Use gloves because it is painful. Very painful. Okay. My hand is nice. All right. So, just waiting for a few people to join and we'll get to the party. Oh, the first thing I want to talk about, I'm sorry. Wow, I am lacking today. The first thing we're going to talk about real quick, fast, and in a hurry is this Tory Lanez thing. And I may be able to talk about this by myself, although some people may disagree with me. So the first thing we're talking about is Tory Lanez. Tory Lanez is the guy that apparently shot, or allegedly, I say allegedly because, I mean, well, just because they find you guilty doesn't mean you actually did it. And especially coming from the Black world, the Black community, the Black world, the Black community, it is difficult to have fair sentencing. However, he admitted to shooting a girl in a phone call. That was the nail in his coffin. He hammered that bad boy in uh very solidifiedly. That's not a word, but y'all gonna go with it, okay? I think, and I know someone else that says he got what he deserved, but I think 10 years was a lot. And I don't know, I'm not that keen on 10 years. Was it an attempted murder charge? Like, what kind of charge was it? Because that's a freaking lot. Derek Chauvin, the one who killed George Floyd, blatantly killed George Floyd in one of the most difficult ways. I'm sorry. one of those like gruesome ways, only got 8 years. I think he got 8 years. And it's like, and the guys who was an accomplice, he got 4 years. Like it's crazy. But I don't think Tory Lane should have got 10 years. What do you think? Do you think Tory Lane should have gotten 10 years? Do you think he should have gotten more time? Less time? Like, where is your mental on that? The link is in the thing, right? The link is there. Do you think that he should have gotten more time? Because Tory Lane's, I mean, I don't know. I feel like Meg was at a point where she did, I don't know if she did it because she felt like she needed to, or she did it just to do it, which is, I mean, file charges and all that stuff. She was upset with him. I remember the baby said something about it, and he was like, in a rap, I want to say, he was like, how you leave my bed and then go to somebody else's? That's what you get, basically. And I was like, oh, that's kind of rude. Like, that's inconsiderate, being that she could have lost her pinky toe like Harlem Nights. And then you wonder what they would have given Buddy and why can't I come up with his name? But what was the character's name? Buddy and Harlem Nights for cutting for shooting her pinky toe off, because apparently getting shot in the foot warrants 10 years. I don't know if he was a previous felon or if he already had a record, and I don't know if he had that record in America because he is from Canada. So the question remains, like, did he deserve to get 10 years? And I'm going to venture to say for myself, he didn't. So my hand is on fire. Again, if you didn't hear me. I friggin' cooked with some habanero peppers, and my hand's on fire. So I am sort of in and out right now, here and there. Anyway, comment what you think. If you think that Tory Lanez should have gotten 10 years. Do you think Tory Lanez should have gotten 10 years for shooting Meg the Stallion? And from my understanding, he didn't. How do I phrase this without y'all jumping down my throat? He didn't. He grazed her, from my understanding. Now, I didn't follow the whole story because I honestly didn't care enough to follow the whole story. But he grazed her, and she didn't lose a toe. She didn't lose too much meat off her foot. I'm glad I'm starting with this because a couple of people can't come in right now. But do you think that he should have gotten that time? 10 years, like that's tough. That's tough. It's tough. I'm sorry I keep looking down, but I'm trying to get my hand to be all up in this ice, and maybe I'm gonna try to leave it out for a little bit, and maybe that'll help. But I'm in pain. Pain. Because I cut habaneros for the first time without gloves, and I was so yeah. What do you think? We probably have. I'm sorry. Oh my gosh. My hand is burning. I really might just end the show today. Ah. I'm sorry. Give me 2 seconds. Somebody's asking a question. So, okay. So, I think my biggest dilemma with the Tory Lane situation is that people have gotten, again, more time for, or less time for bigger crimes. Like, I know someone, he got 2 licenses for robbing someone. And you hate to say it. Well, sometimes you hate to say, well, you do hate to say it. He was black. And it's like, Why give him so much time for something that somebody else? White boys who rape women get less time, and that's a very violent crime. And I get that shooting someone is a very violent crime, but so is it's the math isn't mathing. But again, somebody told me that he deserved the um he deserved the 10 years that he got, whatever he got, he deserved it because he shot at her. And because he shot at her, that was all she wrote. That was all need be said. No more dialogue need be had. You should not have shot her. You just should not have. And that'll teach you type of thing. But I don't know. I don't know. I really want to our next story, our next topic of conversation. I do want to talk about, but I know some other people that want to talk about it more than I did. So I will wait for them to be on. I'll give them about 5 more minutes, and then I'm going to go into the next topic because I want to talk about this topic so bad. I talked about it with someone else earlier today, and so I'm about to tell you everything. I'm about to tell you everything, and I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that just yet because I want to share it with everybody to see if everybody or the people that want to join. If you want to join the live, I pinned the comment. I pinned the conversation right there at the top of the screen. Not the top of the screen. What? In the comment section, I've pinned how you can join the conversation live in the comment section. I do know what's going on. My hand hurts. And I know I said that already, but it does. So, oh well, it'll be okay. Oh, and if you have to wait for me to get rid of this pain that dwells in my hand, I will give you a hug. A big old hug. Big old hug. Big old hug. Oh, maybe she knows. Danielle, how do I fix my hand?
There is a way. Give me a second.
I don't have whole milk because I don't drink whole milk.
Oh, okay.
Oh, let me see.
um, have you tried dish soap?
I did dish soap, alcohol.
Not alcohol. That just made it worse, girl.
It said when I Googled it, it said alcohol and dish soap. Because
Girl, no. Alcohol reopens wounds. Oh my Jesus.
but I didn't have any wounds on my hand.
No, but when you add alcohol to something that's making your skin sensitive, it's gonna make it 10 times worse.
Oh my well, Jesus. Because that's
All
what
right.
I that's what
Okay.
happened, man. And I'm like, do I need this hand? I am left-handed. So do I need this right one? I did put some
Can,
butter
can,
on it since I didn't have whole
can,
milk. I
do
did
you
put
have any Tylenol?
no, I don't take medicine.
All right. Do you have baking soda?
Yeah.
Okay. Baking soda and water. Make it into a paste.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's try it. I try it
Yeah.
because I can't even think straight. Like I can't even think straight.
I can imagine. I can imagine. Okay.
Well, what are your thoughts on this Tory Lane thing? I think I have like 5 more minutes on my little timer here to talk about Tory Lanes.
Tory Lanez. I don't know. I feel like they were trying to make an example of him. That's my opinion because people have done worse things and got less time.
Right.
Because I don't really feel that type of punishment fits the crime. Was
Well,
he trying to kill her? I doubt it.
not if he's trying to, not if he's aiming at her foot.
Exactly. So I don't know. I don't know. It's not attempted murder. So 10 years, and especially when homegirl, that cop who walked into the house, the wrong apartment, and killed a black man in his own home who was sitting there eating popcorn.
Ice cream. He was eating ice cream.
Ice cream. I apologize. But either way, something
Right.
nonviolent that he was doing. And he and the fact that she got a slap on the wrist. I just don't feel the punishment fits the crime. But that's my opinion. I also think that guns are too accessible to people in the US though.
Oh, that's legit too. That's legit. And now even more so in Florida. That's not that's no that's
The fact that they took away the concealed carries requirement. I don't know. I was in the Brandon Mall this week. This weekend when I guess from what I hear, some lady shot herself on accident. Because I accidentally ended up in the Brandon Mall because I went for my laser hair removal treatment.
Accidentally ended up there?
Yeah, because my appointment was in Midtown, but their machine was down. So they sent me to the Brandon locations because I never intended to be anywhere near any mall this past weekend because I know school is coming. So I didn't intend on being on the mall, but essentially it took me like an hour just to leave the parking lot because the cops were everywhere.
Because a lady shot herself on accident.
In the food court?
How?
Yeah. I don't know the facts of that story because I didn't enter the Brandon Mall. So.
Oh, you didn't even make it in?
No, I didn't go into the Brandon Mall. The where I was going to Body Details, which is on the outskirts of the mall, like next to Target. But the whole mall was backed up. Like nobody could. Like it was like so hard for us to leave. So yeah.
Is what sentence does she get for shooting herself?
Huh?
I said, what sentence does she get for shooting herself in the mall?
Yeah, I don't know. She got the death penalty.
Right, because that's attempted murder.
She got the death penalty. She got the ultimate sentence. But that's the thing. I feel like guns are too accessible to people in the United States. My sister, she was actually traveling internationally, and of course, you know, other people look at us like, oh, aren't you scared to live there? They're killing kids in schools. Yeah. They're having kids show up and shoot kids in schools and stuff like that. Like because everywhere else guns are not this accessible.
Right.
So.
And especially not assault rifles.
That part.
But Tory didn't even use an assault rifle. He didn't even.
It was a handgun. Uh-huh.
Right, and it's like. But you also have to consider. I guess you have to consider: was he a convicted felon? Did he already have a record or of any kind?
Did he?
I don't know. He's from Canada. Such a happy place. I don't know, but I feel like his sentence was way too.
Well, if he was a felon, he was not supposed to have access to a gun in the first place. So,
right?
Was the gun his?
I don't know. Even if it was,
because that's actually an additional sentence. Because if you're a felon and you touch a gun, that's actually additional time. So maybe that might have something to do with it. But I don't know his arrest record. I don't know anything about. I don't know anything about him, so I can't really speculate.
Do you know any of his songs?
Oh no, I know his songs, but it's his personal life. I don't know anything about his personal life.
Okay, what's one of his songs that I would know? No.
Ooh.
Let me Google.
Tory Lanez. I'm a Google too. I can't. It's like I have one in mind, but I'm trying to make sure that was him. I know it's one of the my way, baby. Everyone falls. I think it's that one. Tory Lanez song. Let me see song.
What? That's not him.
Yeah. No, I think he sings on that though. I think he's one of the singers on there.
Okay, let me
Or Orleans hits.
say it for Jerry Sprunger.
Yeah, it is Love. Yeah, it is him.
How does it go?
Let me see. Let me see. Hold on 2 seconds. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, it is it. It's Tory Lane's Love.
And how? Oh, okay, that sounds familiar. Okay, that sounds familiar.
Yeah.
Well, I wonder if he's gonna appeal because that's unfortunate. It's very unfortunate.
Yeah. It is.
All right. Well, my timer is up on oh, maybe I shouldn't start it up on Tori. Because Tori was just throw it out there because he's been in the media.
That's what I said. I said they're trying to make to me they're trying to make an example because had he been of the other complexion and done that, he would have got a slap on the wrist too.
Oh,
I feel like black celebrities get really punished severely for their actions because the nerve of them to make money
and then acts like they
and act like animals.
Right. Man, it's unfortunate. I'm sure hopefully and it's different because if she were my family, I'd be like, yeah, he needs 10 years. How dare he shoot my cousin?
Oh, you mean if you shot your family member?
Like if Megan was my cousin,
yeah,
I might be thinking differently, but since she's not, like hopefully he appeals and they get
well, if Megan was my cousin, I would know more about the story.
You stupid.
No, seriously, because of the fact that none of us were there, honestly, we don't know what was happening. Because from what I hear, the story was that some people were getting into a fight, and he was trying to shoot to distract the fight, and then it ended up shooting him. Like I'm hearing mixed stories about what happened. So because of the fact that I don't know what happened, I really can't speculate. But if Megan were my cousin, hopefully she would have told me what actually happened.
Right, and if that's the case, he's just dumb.
People shoot off guns at 4th of July too. And the thing is, with bullets,
they gotta go somewhere.
What goes up must come down.
Right.
Because they're not like fireworks where they explode and then they just dissipate. No, they're bullets. So if they go down, they're gonna land somewhere. And those stray bullets end up in somebody's house, end up somewhere.
Right.
Because stray bullets can go up to like 10 miles.
And that gravitational pull coming down.
So,
well, I think he deserves some time. I do believe he deserves some time.
I think he at least, I think maybe half that sentence probably would have been more reasonable. Right. But 10 years for shooting somebody in the foot when rapists don't get that much time sometimes.
Well, that's what I said. Especially those with a different complexion.
That part.
With these, don't do it again, Billy. All right. Go back out there and be a good boy. Right. I don't even think they slap them. They use one. They just a little tap. Right.
So, don't you do it.
That's what I was saying. But anyhow. All right. So we're going to move on to
the Bam and Bama.
The Alabama Sweet Tea Party.
My friend was trying to show me how that whole situation started in the first place, and I didn't really get to it. Break it down for me, Brandy.
Okay, so according to the video, because I was not there, unfortunately, I was not there to commemorate.
Unfortunately, because if I was there, I'd videotape the whole thing. But go ahead.
I don't know. I might be in a fight. So apparently there was this, and I listened to the boat captain's what's my thing it too. Apparently, these people, this group of white folk, they always park their boats at this dock in this area. They don't listen. They have told them time and time again, you cannot park here. Stop doing it. So I guess this day it came to a head because the boat captain was saying on the little walkie-talkie, "Move the boat, my guy. I have to park. Like, this is a boat tour from 5 to 7. We got another one from 7 to 9. Can you move because you're messing up the money?" You know what I'm saying? So he was like, "I'm going to call the police if you don't leave." And they still did not leave. They ended up leaving their pontoon boat and going off somewhere. So the captain calls the security guy, the black guy that was there, or I don't know if he was like a co-captain or something, but I believe it's black owned. But anyway, so he ends up calling this guy, the one who threw the hat, the black signal up, and he was like he was gonna untie the boat, like take it off the little anchor thing that they have at the docks, and let that thing float off into oblivion or wherever they're gonna end up it being. Because you're not supposed to park there. If you don't want to move it, we'll just let it float off. So they saw him doing this or whatever, and then they come and they're having this because there's no conversation. You can hear the conversation, but they're having this back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. The black guy walks away. The white guy comes back after him. The black guy's like, "Man, whatever, whatever," throws his hat up, and that's when the white guy attacks him. So they're tussling. Black guy handling them right, and then another white guy comes over and like knees him like he's in a freaking MMA fight. Oh, hold on, 2 seconds, 2 seconds. Sorry, my daddy. Okay, so he like lunges. You know how they grab the head in the MMA fight and then throw a knee into the chest or knee into the try to throw a knee into the
Did
face.
the white guy need the black guy?
Yes.
Okay.
They
Got
end
it.
up on the ground. Another black guy is running down the thing to come break it up. He's not even trying to fight. He's trying to break it up. And apparently it looks like they decided that the two of them were together. And while this is all going on, there's this 16-year-old boy that has jumped in the water, who everyone has called, who has labeled him Aquaman. He is swimming across the little waterway like a torpedo, like he gone. And you also don't see that this gang of black, not this gang. I don't want to say a gang because then you know they take that to a whole.
They take that, yeah, girl.
This group
A
of
group,
right comes at them, and a couple of them, you know how they skip when they skip toward, and I'm like, that should have been your other sign. So the whole tussle breaks out. A white chair is involved, and it is the hit heard around the world. So
I saw a meme. I saw a meme somewhere where somebody said, when they see the pictures, they said, I'm going to tell my kids that this is the Boston Tea Party.
This is it.
I said, all right.
And black folk are calling it the Alabama Sweet Tea Party.
Oh man. Okay.
So, like, what are your thoughts on it?
I don't know if I have any thoughts. I just think it's just a hot mess. It's a hot mess. People just need to respect the rules of property. I don't, despite black or white or whatever the case is. If you're not supposed to park there, you're not supposed to park there.
Right. It's a level of entitlement that some people
have. Mm-hmm.
Right. You couple that with tried in a small town, and now people just think they can do whatever the heck they want to do, whenever they want to do it, however they want to do it. But I am proud, and I am proud of what happened. Like, very proud of what happened, because these black people helped this one black guy they did not know.
Yes, unity.
Right. And it was like, nah, this is not gonna happen. We can't let this happen anymore. Like, y'all had y'all, and I feel like they've been waiting for that moment too. Just like we all sit around waiting for a Karen to pop up. Because I've been looking for my Karen. I'm like, oh, is today gonna be the day that a Karen comes and tries me today?
I saw this one the other day. No, girl. A video where like this woman like walked into these people's house and I think it was on YouTube, and basically trying to tell them, oh, you always do this, like film. Oh, I'm gonna call the owners of this property or what have you. And I'm like, ma'am, did you just walk inside my house? The hell is going on? he's like, and he said you could have knocked on the door. You could. She's like, no, no, no. I already knocked on the door.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So I'm sorry. That means you can enter. Had you been a man, just like the man said, had you been a man, you'd have had a bullet in your forehead, and nobody could say nothing about it.
As a woman, she could have had a bullet in her forehead and could have said nothing about it because she should have walked in there like she did without permission. Like the entitlement is insane. But I feel like Black people will make fun of everything. We'll make light of everything because that's just how we are. That's what we laugh to keep from crying, right? So
Mm-hmm.
I feel like this Black signal is gonna be amazing. This white chair. I saw a video with a guy who had a white chair on the top of his pickup truck. Unfolded, not even like you can sit in it now. Black guy had a friggin' white chair on the top of a pickup truck. I couldn't do nothing but laugh.
A white chair.
A white foldy chair. You know the one the dude beat the chick people over the head with? A white foldy chair on the top of his truck.
Okay. Did it fly off?
No, he had it secured down. He was driving
Oh,
like that on purpose.
okay.
Like
And he had a pickup truck and he was driving with a white chair on the top of the roof. That's amazing.
Like red.
Okay.
I was like, this is freaking so Black.
Hilarious. That's kind of hilarious though.
Right. And I see there's somebody who had one attached to his hip. Like I guess through his belt loop, through his belt, attached to his hip. And it said at the bottom, do I need to have this is an open carry state.
Okay.
I was like, y'all really like taking this weapon chair to like the next level, and y'all need to really just stop or don't stop because I think it's hilarious. I'm enjoying it. I am enjoying it. I am enjoying the unity that we have. I hope we keep the same energy for forever, and we stop like having it be that's your problem, not mine, because it's
not in my backyard, NIMBY.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think I said on my TikTok, like people, what is it? Like people are mad because he hit this lady, nobody noticed that he hit the white lady over the head with a chair. And I'm like, everybody noticed that. Everybody saw that. But did you notice that in the beginning, he was involved in jumping the Black guy? This same lady, she decided to get into a man's fight, and she got mollywopped like a man. Oh, my hand! This is a miserable day.
Did you get the Did you get the baking soda?
Oh no, not yet. It's over there. Let me go do that now.
Yeah, just go get the baking soda and get a bowl and just put it in there till make a paste and rub the paste on your hand.
Okay. Well, you talk while I'm gone.
What am I talking about?
I don't know, girl.
Where is everybody tonight?
Oh, I don't know. Oh, somebody's at church.
Okay.
Somebody's at church. Another one said that they'll be late. Blah, blah,
blah. Well, you know, school starts tomorrow.
I don't know that because I don't have choice.
Well, for you to know that not to leave your house before 11 a.m. because traffic is going to be a hot mess. So it's good for you to know that school starts tomorrow. So as you can see, I'm doing my son's hair.
I will not leave my house before 11.
Don't leave your house before 11 because you're going to get nowhere real soon.
And that's unfortunate. I mean, but parents are looking forward to it.
I absolutely am. Like, listen, open house was yesterday. And of course, I saw a couple parents I knew. I said, "Are you guys excited?" They said, "Absolutely." I said, "Yes, I'm excited for my groceries."
Right. I saw a video where somebody was talking about, I don't want to hear nothing about your stomach hurt because you ain't have nan stomach problem. Wow.
The whole summer while you was eating me out of house and home. The whole summer while you was eating me out of house and home.
I was like, let them kids be sick. Now is the time to be sick. The weather's changing. You know, they got a lot
Hmm.
going on, you know?
Oh yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. You
But
still going to school?
I plan on commemorating this August 5th sweet tea. I'm gonna make a peach sweet tea, a watermelon sweet tea. Ain't long. It's gonna be a cookout.
The Bama sweet tea party.
Yep.
Okay.
The Alabama sweet tea party. I'm there. I might
No.
go to Alabama. They play with it. I might go to Alabama to do this. I hope this helps. I really hope this helps. It feels like it's still burning. I'm mad I put alcohol on it now. But
Yeah, that kind of added fuel to fire. I don't know why anybody would recommend that you put alcohol. I think you might have read a prank post because I would have never done that.
no, I don't know nothing about the medical field. I just know how to put a band-aid on.
It's kind of like back in the day, when you got a cut and then your grandma would put a rum on it. That was the worst thing ever.
My grandma didn't do that.
But some people like, oh, it's alcohol to clean the wound. Yeah, no, no,
I
you
thought,
don't want to do that. Salt water cleans the wound better.
well, I'm definitely not putting. I don't know what I'm doing. Anyway, hopefully this pace helps. I feel like maybe it feels. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. It feels like, you know what it feels like. It feels like. Oh,
I've dipped my head in hot pepper before, so I get it.
oh, okay. Feels like a steam has got burnt by steam. Anyway,
Hmm.
so do you think that any black people should be charged in the uh
Bama sweet tea party.
yes.
Mm. Did anybody die?
No, nobody died.
Okay. Charged for what exactly?
For their involvement, however they were involved.
I mean, it's kind of like, should black people get arrested for getting into a bar fight?
Yeah. You don't think
Okay.
this?
Well, no, what I say, would you treat it the same way as you would treat if people got into a bar fight,
Mm,
right?
I wouldn't, because I feel like those people were jumping. I mean, if somebody's getting jumped and you come to
Mm-hmm.
you to help them out, I don't think you should get charged.
All
I think
right. Well, let's put in perspective, right?
uh-huh.
For example, my boyfriend says that if he sees a woman and a man, a wife and her husband fighting, right?
Hmm. Hmm.
He will not get himself involved. He will just call the police
Okay. Right. Right.
because that same woman will go home with that same man, and if you hurt her boyfriend, she be the same one to turn a gun on you and shoot you because you hurt her man.
Hmm.
So, and then on top of that, you all three of y'all getting arrested if anybody else calls the police.
Right.
So, despite the circumstances, the court of law should see it the same. But the thing is, everyone should be arrested, not only the black people.
Well, the three of the eight people that were involved in the jumpation do have warrants out for their arrest. Three people, not all of them, which I think all of them should. Hey, Stelson.
Okay, I don't know. when it comes to law, I'm not. If it comes to medicine, I got you. When it comes to law, I don't really know statutes and all that stuff. I don't really know. Should they?
Even absent the statutes, those black people came to that man's rescue because had they not, who knows what would have happened to him if he would have been hospitalized or killed. Okay, there you go. Hospitalized or not, you know what I'm saying? He could have been killed. I think the black people should not have
But
been.
I also think that too many got involved, and then the situation kind of exploded. If the person came to help, they separated the fight, and then it kind of stopped there. Then it wouldn't have gotten. No, I'm saying it wouldn't have gotten that bad. But now you got 50 black people against these two white men, I guess, right?
No, ma'am. So
okay, see?
So it was 8-on-1, and then 4 or 5 people, like 3 main guys that were coming up to help out, and then his co-workers on the ship came to help out. So it was even, and then more white people decided they wanted to jump in, and more black people were like, okay, cool, we can do this. Y'all have numbers, we have numbers.
Yeah, but I don't know. It sounds like a riot to me at that point. So I don't know.
Felson, what are your thoughts on the Alabama Sweet Tea Party?
What's my thought on the Alabama
Sweet Tea Party?
Sweet Tea Party, as we calling it. It's a mess.
Yeah.
It was a mess. And the biggest thing is I see all the jokes, I see all the memes, and it's funny. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, because it's funny to laugh at other people's misfortunes, but there's a real danger in that, because when the shoe's on the other foot, there's the problem, right? So yeah, okay, it's nice to laugh right now. It's cool to make the memes, and it's cool to have the energy about it, because on one end, one group stood over the other, as we would see it, but there's a danger in that. And I seen a post today on social media where it was like, are you guys, it's all cool, the memes and everything, and all the banding together and coming together and whatnot, and let's just having our moment, but are we ready for the aftermath of that?
Yeah, for consequences,
right?
Because there are going to be aftermaths. There's going to be consequences. I mean, like I mentioned last week, whatever action, there is going to be a reaction. So sure, black people as a whole won on August 5th, because they banded together and they fought, and for whatever the reason behind it was, and everybody could have their own speculation. People could have their own stories as to what exactly went down. But the only people who really know what went down are the people involved, and the people who
originally were involved.
The people who were originally involved. And then on top of that, the people who went in with whatever intention they went in with, they know why they actually went in for it. We could sit here and say, okay, they were defending somebody, but truth be told, only the people who went after them knew exactly
what their intent was,
what their intention behind it was. And that could that can get lost in translation very easily, because they could have said, well, we were just going to defend, but all the while, they remember 3 years ago where a white guy jumped them, and so now they're trying to get their lick back. It could be all of those reasons. We don't know. But there's always 3 sides. It's one person's side, the other person's side, and it's the truth. And we unfortunately,
because at the end of the day, it was a war. At the end of the day, it was a riot.
At the end of the day, that's what it was. We call it what we want, but it was a riot. If you ask me personally, I tend to take the nonviolent approach until I have to take the violent approach. But most cases, I don't necessarily have to go to the violent approach, because usually my point is communicated before we get to violence. And maybe that's just God and his covering on me, and my angels the spirit just seemed way stronger then you want to really mess with. So I don't necessarily have to go that far, and so I don't necessarily seek out violence to get things resolved. Most
Right,
cases,
but the black guy didn't initiate the violence.
no, but I think I heard because I was listening to what you said earlier, and I like I said, I didn't get the full story, and I didn't try to bother getting into it too deep. I mean, I saw the videos, I heard the police chief's his response and the people that were going to get charged, and who they were looking for. But I think I heard you say that they were going to the security game and unhooked the people's boat to move it or whatever.
That's what it looked like.
Is that what they? Is that what was said?
No, that's what it looked like he was doing based on the video. He didn't end up doing it, but I believe he was in the process of doing it because they had been told countless times not to park their boat there, and they
in that case, like if or if not, that was what was going to happen, or if that was what was perceived to be happening on the other side. You know, there are ways to handle things before they escalate to that point. You know, there are ways to go about de-escalation properly, and we've noticed that on both sides. We noticed that on the law enforcement side. We noticed that on the everyday pedestrian side, that we fail as a whole to de-escalate. We rather allow things to get to a certain point to where now things like that break out. Riots, you know.
I gotta play devil's advocate.
What was that?
I'm gonna definitely go with that.
I gotta play devil's advocate. So if this was your house, right?
Okay.
And somebody parked their vehicle to block your entrance, and you had to go somewhere very quickly, and this person refused to move their vehicle. What are you doing? And their vehicle, there's no way you can go around it.
And you've told them.
When you told them, you told them multiple times, do not park your boat there.
Well, what am I supposed to do? Ram my car into their car? That's going to cause damage to my car. Am I going to get into? Am I going to get into their car to start it and go the whole? No. They're
okay. Let's make it apples for apples. You have a dock that is out on the back of your house.
For your boat.
Right.
Your property, yours.
Yeah.
And there is somebody. There's only one place you can park your boat. There is somebody that is on your dock that continues to park on your dock without your permission. You've told them don't park there because this is where we dock. So even if that boat people were renting it, this is where I dock. Don't park your boat there. You take your boat out.
Yeah.
You have a limited amount of gas, a limited amount of fuel. And then you're coming back, or let's say your cousin took your boat out, and your cousin is coming back.
Let's just say you took the boat out. We don't. The particulars are. Yeah. It's my dock. It's my dock.
It's your dock.
The man that was about to enter his thing. Are you going to wait until they decide they want to move their boat, or are you going to untie their boat, push their boat out to sea so that your boat can come in?
What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna reach out to the proper people that I need to reach out, so that whatever I do from that point on, the right people have been notified. That's what I'm going to do. And it's crazy that we're talking about this because I had a situation like this happen about a month ago. I was in the truck. I was parked up behind a Walmart in Milledgeville, Georgia, and I was parked behind in the back, you know, just to avoid traffic and whatnot. And there were, ironically enough, there was a truck that drove by and hit my truck. It was a pickup truck, drove by, hit my pickup truck with a rock, right? So they did that earlier in the day. I didn't notice who it was. They drove off real quick. So later on that night, I was in the Walmart just doing a little bit of shopping. I came back. It was roughly around 7 or 8 o'clock. I came back out, and then I noticed there was a truck, another pickup truck parked about, they was facing directly across from where my truck was parked, maybe about 30, 40 feet away. And they just parked there for about 30, 40 minutes. So I contacted a friend of mine who was back in Florida, who was, you know, really familiar with the laws, work with the government, and just to, you know, get some consultation. I took pictures and did all that just to like have a record of what was going on. So this truck leaves, it circles around the Walmart, comes back around and drives by, right? Then all of a sudden, the truck from earlier that day that threw the rock came back again, threw a rock at my truck. prior to that, a friend said, hey, just call the police, call the non-emergency line, because it's not an emergency. So then as soon as I called the non-emergency line, the other truck that was there earlier that day came by, threw a rock at the truck, and I'm on the line with the dispatcher, and I said, hey, this guy just came back. I think it was a truck from earlier today, and they just threw a rock. And my intention was to get out of the truck. And she told me, do not get out of the truck. I'm sending an officer to you right now. Right. My intention of being this protector was, oh, no, I ain't about to let this happen to me. Nah, you ain't but I don't know the situation. I don't know what could happen. Sure, I'm at Walmart. There's other people, but I'm in the back. You get what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And I don't know where this can escalate to. And so the police came, took my information, and told me sometimes what happens is the people, they'll try to lure truck drivers out of their trucks so that they can either beat you up and rob you or steal the truck. Right. Mm-hmm. And so he advised me, said, all right, best thing for you to do is go back around front. You can still park here, but just park in the front. There's some other trucks up there, and that would be a safer bet for you. Right. Mm-hmm. But in that situation, I had to learn to take the proper way. The way I wanted to go about it was, nah, I'm about to get out the truck so you can see I'm a big black man and come try that. But what I could have put myself in far more danger. And if I had people with me, good thing I was by myself, but if I had more people with me and I decided to go and be that macho man, then that could have been an issue where I would have caused myself harm and other people harm with me. And so there's a reason why there's things in place. The authorities, as much as we want to hate them or whatever, but even in that situation, the authorities, they came, they were prompt, we talked, and it was like, hey, yeah, man, I'm glad you called us, and gave me gave me his direct lines. Like, hey, if they come back, just give me a call directly and I'll make sure we take care of everything, and explain to me, hey, this area that you in is known as Little Macon. So there's a lot of gang activity here. It could either be gangs trying to, cause trouble, or it can be, college kids just being college kids. Either or. I took, instead of being the macho man, I took the right way out, and I saved myself a lot of headache, and I saved probably a lot of other people a lot of headache, because I don't know what it could have escalated to. And that's what I'm saying.
But these people, there are different channels in which you could use, but they've utilized those channels from my understanding. The captain said they were out there for 30 minutes, almost 45 minutes waiting for these people to move their freaking boat.
Well, and I get that, but that's not at a certain point, you have to, especially like if you're a security guard, if you're a person that is in charge of de-escalation, there's at a certain point you have to make that decision. Okay, I'm going to let the proper authorities handle it, because at the end of the day, the proper authorities will make sure that A, if you don't move it, you're going to get arrested. B, you're not going to fight a police officer. And if you do, then you're going to have more trouble than it would if you were just what occurred, and obviously they're still going to get charged because of what they did. It was a crime. But when you put the right authorities, the right people in position to do their job, the job that they're supposed to do, then you avoid a lot of those obstacles that occurred that day. And so that's my thing. Sure, yeah, if they were parked there, they're not supposed to be parked there, and there's rules in place that say you're not supposed to be parked there, and the proper vehicle has authority to be parked there, and you decide to park there and you're not going to move, contact the authorities. Hey, officer, we got some unruly guests. They're not supposed to be parked here. They decided that they're not going to park here. So now the officers come in and they removed it. They handle the situation now. That is how you would properly de-escalate it. You don't take it upon yourself now and say, and like I said, I wasn't there. None of us were there. So we could speculate that the guy was trying to remove the line, or if he wasn't trying to move the line, whatever the case may be. But even the attempt to do it is just like you're putting yourself in a situation where you could have took the other way out rather than trying to take matters into your own hand. And that's a problem that us as just a race completely, we have a problem with that, and I'm going to say that
we have a problem with what?
We have a problem with allowing the correct people who are supposed to be de-escalating situations, de-escalating them. I'm not saying that that's just police.
But why do we have a problem with that though?
You said, why do we have a problem with it?
Why do we
Because
have a
most of the time it's always, let's take matters into our own hands. Just
no, because a lot of times
work on our behalf. The authorities
yeah,
on our side. The authorities
it has a lot of times it works.
I can't say that.
You don't have to say that.
I can't agree with that, because there's been too many times where, like I said, in this particular instance, and these cops that came to my aid were white cops. You know,
no, it has nothing to do with that. But a lot of the times, the situation does not work out in our favor. For example, black man, white girlfriend. Black man calls the police to de-escalate the situation. Black man gets arrested because a white woman is getting aggressive.
But that happens that doesn't only happen with white man, black man situation. That happened with black man, black woman situation too. Women are always going to take if we want to be honest, women are going to always take the priority over a man in a domestic violence situation. A man,
unless it's a white man,
a man is always normally going to be at the forefront of the issue more so than a woman is. So we can't just say
unless it's a black woman with a white man. It doesn't work that way.
I think that when you mention that it works both ways, only kind of adds to the point, right? That, you know, kind of the reason why people don't feel secure going in that direction, because they're usually on the worst end of the stick versus being on the one looked at as the actual victim. They're actually looked at as a criminal. So, you know, I think that does definitely play a role. Are you saying that doesn't play a role?
Well, repeat. There was a bunch of rumbling. Repeat that last part.
Yeah, I'm asking you. Does the way the systems work play a role in why a race of people don't feel comfortable actually calling the police?
Well, I think I think what you really got to ask yourself is, why don't you feel comfortable calling them? What if
right? No,
well, we just explained that. We just explained that.
No, you gotta answer the question being asked.
Right, but just even based off the two statements that was made, right? With you mentioned whether you black or white, usually if the police get called and it's a black male, they're usually the ones that end up in handcuffs, right? So if consistently when the police comes, you seem to be the one that's always, you know, kind of attacked or not looked at as the victim, but actually looked at as the criminal, then are you saying that doesn't aid to why a certain race would take matters into their own hands?
Well, personally, because I can only speak for myself, I can't speak for the entire race, but I'm innocent until proven guilty. That's how I look at it. I'm innocent until I'm proven guilty. So
you did speak for entire, because you said we as a race have this issue. So you did speak for an entire group. So I'm saying,
when it comes to de-escalation,
right? That's what I'm saying. In context to de-escalation, right? Like, are you discrediting the fact that when we try to de-escalate a situation, we're looked at as the criminals and not the actual victim? And if that does play a role, I'm saying, are you saying that doesn't matter? That's like irrelevant?
Well, I think first and foremost, like I said before, the part of the de-escalation, there's a certain point where you have to realize that you can't de-escalate whatever is escalated to. That's number one. And so if we're playing in the part of our own de-escalation and we've gotten to a point where, okay, there's a line, there's always a line, and we're about to cross that line, then you have to make that decision. Okay, at this point, this is as far as I can go. If I go any further, that line is going to be crossed, and now there ain't going to be no de-escalation where it's just between us two. Someone else is going to have to de-escalate. And so
right. So I'm trying to understand the answer to the question, because you're telling me about how they responded and how a de-escalation could, you know, you can't de-escalate a situation that's already been that's already escalated. I beg to differ, because I've diffused a lot of situations that have been that escalated, and we had to de-escalate the situation plenty of times. I think we do it in relationships every day, with friends, with whether you're in a relationship with somebody else. So I don't hold that to be true holistically. Well, I do think that can happen a lot of times. But the question that I'm asking is, as it relates to the evidence of Black people being looked at as criminals instead of victims when they're calling to be de-escalated. I'm asking you specifically, does that matter? Yes, it matters. No, it doesn't matter. I'm just trying to like understand that point.
So does the appearance of them thinking and looking at like I don't think I follow.
Well,
the appearance?
let me see if I can let me see if I can help.
Yeah.
So you are saying, because you agreed that in some cases that regardless of the situation, the man, say if the man and the woman, because you said both, it can happen whether they're white or Black, women in every case, even if the man is trying to de-escalate, he'll call the authorities, right? But then he'll get arrested. Don't you think that plays a role in not wanting to call the authorities to de-escalate for you? Because if a man does not want to end up in handcuffs in front of his kids, they probably don't want to call the police if they know they're going to be arrested in front of their kids.
I mean, it definitely plays a role, but at the end of the day, like I said, my mentality, and maybe I'm just different than a lot of people, is I'm innocent till proven guilty. So if I do end up in handcuffs, okay, I've ended up in handcuffs before plenty of times. But at the end of the day, I was innocent till proven guilty, and they had to take me right out of the handcuffs. Why? Because I was not guilty. So if you're not guilty of anything, then what does being bounded in handcuffs have to do with anything?
It doesn't always happen like that, though, because the people end up arrested.
As a Black person, I've been to jail plenty of times. I ain't no shame in my game. You know what I'm saying? I sat in the county for a little bit. I almost went up the road, but it matters a lot to me to be bound in handcuffs when I don't want to be bound in handcuffs for something that I didn't do. If I'm a victim of something, no, it is going to have an effect on me on whether or not, you know what I'm saying, how I feel about the police.
Missing work, having to explain that to your boss.
Regardless of all of that, it's so many. What's the guy's name? Khalif, whatever, who was in solitary confinement for 3 years for quote unquote stealing a backpack. Like, it's a lot of people in jail who are not guilty of a crime. It's a lot of people who got arrested who didn't even do anything. Like, you have a lot of instances where a Karen has said something and the Black person is the one that's getting in trouble. They're taking their side. So as Black people as a whole, we have learned, and going from jump, the policing system was created for us to take care or handle us. So they were trained from jump that we were the problem, that we were the enemy. And I get, sure, you want to feel that you're innocent until proven guilty, but baby, that's only in your head, because in every other mind, every other white mind, or
everyone is not privileged like that.
You are guilty until proven innocent. They've decided that you, as a big Black man, are the problem. You're a threat, and that's what it is. And until
go ahead.
And making us feel comfortable, he is a threat. And even when he dances, we got to make sure he's not dancing too aggressively.
Remember that guy who was in the park and then he was bird watching, and then a Karen came by with her dog and the dog was off a leash, and he said, "Can you put your dog on a leash, please?" Mm-hmm. And then basically she was trying to yell, "Oh, this aggressive Black man, he's attacking me. He's attacking." If he didn't videotape that, it would be her word against his.
And ST3, I'm not saying that. I'm not communicating that what you're saying is wrong. I agree with you that as a people.
Yeah, we all agree that there's different ways to do it, but we're disagreeing that, it doesn't always work that way in some people's favor, and that's why they'd be less likely to call the authorities.
What were you saying, Leroy? Realist?
Yeah, I was saying that I'm not saying that. I wasn't communicating to say that what you said to me was incorrect. But what I am saying is when we make kind of blanket statements like that, I think we got to talk about the whole picture versus what I'm saying, hey, as a community we don't necessarily respond that way, which is true. But on top of that, here's why we don't respond that way, right? And here's why some barriers that happen when we do try to respond this way. And then we can talk about the challenges that within that structure and figure out ways where we can overcome that.
Well, and I agree with that, realist. I agree where we got to look at the whole picture, but then yeah, we do need to look at the entire picture. Though who are the people now? We have to ask, who are the people who are afraid to call the cops? Who are the people who don't want them because they don't want to end up in handcuffs? Who are those people?
Black people.
Who specifically? We can't just say black people, but who specifically? Are the people who have prior crimes? Are people who have run-ins with the police before? Is there something?
But here's what I'm saying. I'm saying, even if that is true, let's just say somebody such as myself, right? I got prior crimes, right? I've run into the law before. I'm just trying to understand you saying, okay, even if it's those people, what are you insinuating? Like, what are you communicating? Okay, yeah, let's just say it's these type of people that's calling the police, who don't want to call the police. Like, what does that mean?
That's what they're there for. The police is there.
No. I'm saying, what does it mean that it's these type of? Because you said we first have to look at who's calling the police, right? So I'm following. Okay, yeah, let's look at who's calling the police. Yeah, after that, you followed that up by saying, what is it? People who have prior crimes, who have ran into the law before, right? So you kind of sound like one of those Fox News reporters, right? So I'm like, oh, okay. Is you trying to insinuate that the people who have prior crimes or who've been in jail are the ones who don't want to call because they have criminal records?
Yes.
But and that's what I'm trying to say. I believe I just want to be clear that's what I understood you were saying, but now that you confirmed it, I feel like that's an insult to those people, right? I feel
why
like
is it an insult? Because
for you to say that, to make a statement such as these are the people that don't want to call the police because they have criminal records, because they're criminals, it demoralizes them as people, like as if their criminal record defines who they are. So because they're defined by this criminal record, that means that they're afraid to call the police, in which that may play a part and it may not play a part. But as for me and myself, somebody who's got a record and who, what I'm saying, has ran into the law, I'm not afraid to call the police because of my criminal record itself. I've been afraid to call the police because I've seen what the police has done with my very own eyes, right? I seen the police. Yeah, I was at Altamont at my cousin's house across the street from the church. I seen the police throw marijuana in a bag of crack cocaine in the back seat of a car and arrested the person who they was trying to arrest. I seen that. I seen the police come and arrest me for something that I never even did. I never even did the crime. I never even did it. I seen another cop from Oviedo, right, who tried to set me up, and I had to go to court for something that he tried to make it seem like it was cocaine, but it wasn't. It wasn't. And so when you say those things, it's like, unless you in those experiences, right, then it's like, oh, well, that's what I'm saying. It's an insult, because the reason why you might believe that to be true is always necessarily true. And I think we got to be wise and careful enough not to make absolute statements about situations that we don't have, that we're not fully educated on.
And I think
can I add to that?
To back up, let me back off that then. Let me piggyback off that, because I have been in situations like that. I have been in situations where I've been put in handcuffs and put in a police car because someone thought they saw me doing something that I was not doing. And the police questioned me, which I then tried to put me on as the person of the crime. And I, like I said, remained my innocence until proven guilty. And at the end of the day, and this is when I was 15, 16. So this is when I'm I don't know any better,
But not everyone's that fortunate.
No, but I don't even think I'm not even arguing the point about whether or not you had that experience. I'm saying both of us have had that experience, and neither one of us are afraid to call the police. So I'm saying that to say that when you make the statement because you had a run-in with the police and because you got a criminal record, then that's why you're afraid to call the police. Logically, it kind of makes sense, but based off me and your experience, it don't add up to that. So therefore, that can't be the absolute statement. That's what I'm saying.
I
Can
feel
I add? Sorry.
So logically it makes sense, but emotionally it doesn't.
I feel like
No, I'm saying logically it makes sense because of the simple fact that there are, I do believe that there are people who do believe in that particular, who do believe that I don't want to call the police because they gonna already label me. That's what I'm saying. I'm not discrediting that part, right? But what I am saying is there is another side of that population that doesn't feel that way. So to group all of them into one category does not make sense. That part does not make sense. That's not an emotional. That's hold on real quick, Brandon. That's not an emotional response. That's a logical response. So that's why I'm saying logically it makes sense because both two things can be true at the same time.
I feel like people who have been accused of something, who are innocent of something, are the ones that are more so fearful of calling the cops. And then also for myself, I am fearful of calling the cops because I see what they do to Black men.
Exactly. I was gonna say just that.
It's about if I call the cops on this guy who is knocking on my door, and I have my let's say my cousin, my brother at the house, or my stepbrother, whatever. Are the cops going to attack him? That I've called the cops for, because it is being shown that the cops are immediately accusing a Black person, male or female, but predominantly men, of a crime as the what do you call the person that is the aggravator and not the victim. So I think Black people as a whole, and because our communities are so over policed, and because they don't give us an opportunity, they don't really give us a real opportunity to express ourselves or to explain how we're not guilty. It's like, oh, well, this person said it, so it's probably true, basically because you're Black. Even if they don't say it. And I'm not just saying it's white cops. There are some Black cops that do the same thing, but it is still proven that this is how they behave. And that even goes to oh Lord, not the cop on. But that even goes to the medical field. Like Black women, you don't feel pain. You don't know what pain is. Oh, you're fine. It goes to the educational system, which I was a part of. Teachers look like, oh, this Black kid doesn't know anything. We'll just pass him along because we know he's not that bright. And that joke ended up being the smartest one in the class. It's systematic on every level. What's up, Mr. Hi, sir.
How y'all doing? I'm Jared. Been enjoying the conversation. Just decided to chime in.
Chime on in, sir. Chime on. I'm sorry. Did you have something to say, SG3?
I did, but you go ahead. I think I lost it. But
no, sorry.
Yeah, Brandy, I was about to say the same thing because he said, only certain people are not calling the cops because they have records. But I know a whole bunch of Black women who, even if they're in a bad situation, they won't call the cops because they know what happens to Black men.
That's it.
And they don't have any criminal records. That's not why they're fearful. They just know what happens to Black men when you call the cops.
And Black men know what happens to Black men also. It's not just it's not
women.
Just like and I know police officers. I know them. I know a few Black police officers. And still I'd be like, hey, I would call you, but your partner might show up and he might act a plumb fool. Jared, did you have something to say?
Yeah, all that is very true. I think it just boils down to, that's why it's important for a lot more African Americans to come into this law enforcement space, to be a representative. And for example, I live in DC, federal law enforcement officer, and I can't count the amount of times that just simply being a presence, because what I realize is that a lot of people don't understand our culture and how we interact with each other. What's a simple interaction or emotional interaction with us is aggression to somebody else. And that's typically where things go left. You can put a white person in the room with Black folks playing spades and be like, yo, what is going on? This is loud. This is aggressive. This is a lot. But
right.
we just playing spades. Or like if you put a white person and watching us play ball at a park, and it's F that, da da da. We know it's just basketball for the most part.
Right.
But for them, it's like, oh, this is about to go down. And so what I realized, a lot of that makes its way into law enforcement. So if we do pull up on a scene where things are a bit emotional, that can be interpreted as or given a green light to use more force than what needed to be used. And so that's why I say it's really important for us to know know the personality of our police officers. But it's even more important for us to be in these spaces to say, hey man, that doesn't mean nah, get it out your head, like, or let me take the lead on this. I got it, and that's had to happen a few times with our black officers on the job. But I understand, I do understand where everybody's coming from. I think that's been the biggest wake up call, going from civilian to going to the police academy and understanding how things are articulated and how law works to being a middleman on a scene or being somebody that can provide more clarity about what's going on or what's not going on.
Do you think it's more important for the community to know the police officer's mind or for the police officer to know the community's mind, the community in which they serve?
I will say, so from where we are now, I think it's important for the community to understand the policing to start. So you at least know who you're dealing with. You know who you're dealing, you know what you're dealing with. I think that's probably my next move, my nonprofit, is to bring in people who can better understand or better explain law and how it works to the community. One thing I know about us as black people, we feel, that's the first thing we say was like, I feel like that's wrong, but what's written in black and white is something completely different. And so knowing what you're walking into or who you're interacting with, just understanding how the beast works, we can save ourselves a lot of emotional stress or everything, time in jail. So I think that's probably the easiest, not easiest, but the quickest solution.
That's the smartest. I actually want to piggyback off that, and that's gonna bring me back to the point that I wanted to make, and I just brought it all back. You said something about the black community being over policed, and to offer Jared, is that it, Jared?
Oh yes, sir.
Yeah, for Jared's point, truth be told, I believe that we're over policed because we don't know the law. We don't know the law the way that it's written in black and white. And it's always we feel like that's not right. Well, it's not a matter of what you feel, it's about what it is. And unfortunately, we weren't in the room when these laws were written. And that's unfortunate for us because now the laws, we got to play their game. But at the end of the day, all of this is a game, right? And so to go back off Jared's point, we got to understand
a game.
It's a game. The world is a game. Everything is a game.
The law shouldn't be a game.
But it is. It shouldn't be, but it doesn't matter what you say or what I say. It should or should not be. Well, that's what it is. Well, it is what it is. It's there. It's either this is what you do.
It's based on how that person plays the game. And
exactly.
Cheat, and if that person is going to cheat or not. And in the black community, police cheat an awful lot. Like the neighborhood.
And that's because number one, there's a game that's being played.
Black community. There are communities that don't have
a game that's being played.
The crime is down.
Brandy, there's a game that's being played, and we don't even realize. Most of us don't even realize the game is being played. That's number one. A large percentage of us don't realize that's a game being played. Unfortunately, we didn't set the game up.
Our rules, there's a problem.
But it's not your game. You didn't bring the game over. You didn't create the game. So you can't play the game by your rules. You have to play the game by the way the rules are defined. So what you can do is you could do what people like Jared do and find a way to be a part of the game. Once you realize there's a game being played, then you got to learn how to play the game. And then how do you play the game so that you win? The people who are above us that are our skin tone, the people who are our complexion, they understand that there's a game first and foremost. Secondly, they've realized, okay, you know what? The only way that I'm going to get through life and get through this game is by actually playing it. So then now they're playing it. And by playing it, you learn how to play the game to your advantage. That's what they do. And so people like Jared, people who are in these higher positions that are able to escape, that are not being over policed, that don't always have the same experiences that the realist may have, or even to myself, even though I don't have probably as much as the realist does, and that's just off of assumption based on what you said. they realize there's a game being played, so we got to play the game.
But I think so here's the issue, because theoretically that sounds great.
It sounds wonderful.
Like in theory, it sounds great. Once we get to know the laws, we implement them, and then all of a sudden, these people just gonna stop doing what they've been doing because we know the laws. No, that's I'm hopeful for the possibility of that for the future, right? For the future of the community and stuff like that, right? But the truth of the matter is, you know what I'm saying, when we dealing with it, even if people do know the law, right? Because you know that I knew that the police is not supposed to set people up. I said that's not right. That's illegal. That's what you're doing is illegal. You can't plant drugs on somebody and then arrest them for it. Be quiet before I put you in handcuffs. You can't arrest me for calling out something illegal. Yes, I can. You'll take it to court.
Right, but you already have a record at that point.
So the point of me saying that is just because you know the law doesn't mean
then you get arrested for nonviolent resistance of arrest.
Yeah, hold on. Just because you know the law doesn't mean they gonna change who they are, right? They still gonna do what they do, right? It is imperative for them to over police the community, right? Because at the end of the day, that's where they figure out they're gonna find most of their arrests. That's where they figure out they're gonna find somebody who, you know, more than likely an easy setup that, you know what I'm saying, easy setup to go to jail. They can meet their quotas and stuff like that. So it's a when you look at it from that construct, right? We can know the law, but it ain't gonna change how they treat us. It ain't gonna change how
the real is there's a difference between knowing the law in color, and then there's a difference between knowing the law in black and white. Black and white says, all right, the way it's written down, that's knowing the law. Just knowing the gist of, okay, like what you said. You said, okay, it's illegal to be planting evidence. Yeah, it is. It is. But
if I would have stated statute 1.6, Florida statute 1.67 UC 39 divided by 56 says you can't be doing this. This is illegal.
He probably wouldn't mess with you.
No, his reaction would have been, no, it didn't matter. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It didn't
well, let's ask Jared. Jared, you're law enforcement, right?
Yes, sir.
If someone came up to you and said Section B 39C, Section A states unlawful, blah 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 blah, are you going to be more likely to deal with that person or not?
You can't ask no, because it's not fair. You can't ask Jared that question because Jared has already proved himself to be a man of reason, right? He's already proved himself to be a person of integrity and a person of character. So to ask a person who's already stated that their goal is to make sure that we're ethically held at the best standard, then of course, what you think he gonna say?
I'll say this. There's so many ways that police officers have messed up the trust between us and community. It's countless at this point, and it's really tough to tighten that bond, that relationship back up. From what you're saying, I'm sorry, I can't see your name, but from what you're saying,
the realist.
What's going on, man? How you doing?
No, I think it's ST3. I think you're talking about ST3.
What he's saying, I guess you have to work. Okay. The question, I don't think that's even the question. Oh, I'm sorry. You can go.
Narcotics on somebody, that's a very tough thing to fight, especially when you have 5, 6 officers on the scene on the same page. That's a very tough thing to fight. That comes down to all right, you have a good one, man. That simply comes down to that's an uphill battle. That's terrible policing. I can say with the Secret Service, that's not something we do. Because simply put, my agency is afraid of lawsuits, and they don't cut small checks with us. But that's a tough spot to be in. You're 100% right. You can point something out, and they'll tell you, "I put you in handcuffs." The truth of the matter is, police officers are allowed to lie to you to get the truth out of you. And so sometimes, yes, you can end up in handcuffs, and it gets worse before it gets better again. That's the sucky part. So you might actually end up in the back of the police car, getting your information run, getting fingerprints, the whole nine, just to be bailed out, 2-3 hours later for something you actually did not do. And so it's just a way to get more to spend more money or whatever that looks like on a local level. But that's a lot for simply just telling the truth. And that's where the strain comes in at. And I really don't know how to fix it. But what I do know is this. Goes back to my original point. When we flood these spaces, we make them uncomfortable to do things like that. We do. I see it time and time again. We don't have those problems with the Secret Service. We don't have these problems with a lot of these major black areas, but that kind of stuff comes into play for the most part. I'm not using the absolute language, but it comes into play in the good old boy type towns. And those are the systems I do not trust, because they will have their way with you and hide you if they want.
So let me ask you this. Let me ask both all three of you who just joined. What are your thoughts on, let's go back to the subject. What are your thoughts on the Alabama Sweet Tea Party?
As a police officer, that was a lot to look at. And with stuff like that, sometimes you gotta let it play out. Like you gotta choose the worst thing going on. And then, like, when Buddy hit the lady in the head with a chair, it was funny. But wearing my police hat, I was like, that was pretty egregious, bro. Like, you gotta go to jail. You gotta go in handcuffs. But it was so much going on, it was hard to track. I'll say this, it was satisfying. It definitely was satisfying. But as far as using force and stuff like that, it was very tough to pick out one interaction to key in on, when it was just moving so fast and it was all over the place. But I think Montgomery PD, I think everything was charged appropriately. They didn't charge the brother for defending himself. I think everything seemed to be charged in a decent fashion.
Freestyle.
What did I think about it?
Mm-hmm. Like, what are your thoughts on it?
I thought it was interesting. I didn't know, like, it took me a minute to kind of register what I was looking at. But I thought it was interesting. I thought it was refreshing that it was community. They can't, they kind of pull together and not just watching. I thought I appreciated what I saw. I don't condone violence, but I do condone defending yourself or defending those that are, in need. I want somebody to help me out.
Fact.
Like I said earlier, I'm with it. Y'all thought y'all were gonna jump this one man, and the community was there to Black Hat. I don't know. I condone karma. Quick karma, or does karma have to wait its turn and come back later? So, okay, so going back to the policing thing, Jared, being a police officer, do you feel that Black people are innocent until proven guilty, or are they guilty until proven guiltier or innocent? Do you hear me, Jared?
Looks like he has lag.
Okay. Well, maybe he'll come back to it. Have you ever experienced freestyle? Have you ever experienced how do you feel about calling the police?
I call the police.
Are you for it? Are you apprehensive of it?
If I'm in a situation, I'm for it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't feel like I'm for it.
Okay, you like no hesitation about it.
No, I don't. I was watching the Meg Thee Stallion thing today. I think it's on Netflix, and how they were talking about they're afraid to call the police because it could escalate with them, and it's not they're assessing the scene. It's just they see what they see, and not everybody that is dark skinned is now the villain.
Mm-hmm.
I don't look at it that way. I mean, I'm calling. I don't care what the situation is because I'm not going to be there alone, or I'm not going to be in a bad situation, in a harmful situation, and be by myself. I mean, I'm calling.
Are you hesitant, Danielle? Did your mom walk away? Oh, she back. Are you hesitant to call the police?
Depends on the situation. It depends on the situation. If I'm being abused in my house, no, I'm not hesitant. Somebody broke into my house, no, I'm not hesitant. But if it's an altercation between me and someone else, I don't know. It depends.
Why are you hesitant though? Why does that make you hesitant?
Because it depends on who like, for example, if me and my brother got in a fight together, I'm not calling the police.
You say you're not?
No.
Okay.
I think that's just kind of just you're concerned about the other person.
Yeah.
I'm not looking at it as a family member. I'm looking
Exactly.
at it, yeah. If it's like a family
It
member,
depends on what the situation is.
right? But if I feel like I'm in harm or something can happen to me, calling. I'll call for other people. Like I'm that person. I saw a lady getting beat up by her.
All right.
Whoever.
Yeah. I was mentioning that earlier.
I scream and I'm like, I'm calling the police. And he looks at me and starts coming my way. And I'm like, lesson learned, don't announce it, just do it.
Right.
But I'll call the police a lot of times.
I call the police on other people's situations, but I'm hesitant to call them on mine. Very hesitant.
Well, why is that though?
Yeah.
Because just society shows me that I may have to, even though I called you and I told you that this person is the issue, are you going to put it on me? And am I going to be the one that's in trouble? Am I going to be the one that's getting killed?
So then what I think that comes back to is a guilt factor then.
Who said that?
Jeff.
I knew it.
It comes back to a guilt factor?
Yeah, I mean, if you can call, if you don't hesitate to call it on somebody else's situation, but then
because I'm not gonna be there. I'm not gonna be there. There was an accident on the corner of 436 and 1792.
That's okay, but that's different. You know, obviously we're not talking from a standpoint of an accident happening. Obviously, there has to be something to the point where there's a reason why you feel as though if you call them, then there's going to be something that works out against you versus for you. And what is that reason?
Because I'm Black. Period.
But what about the other people then? What about the other people you're calling on? Are they not Black?
They might be Black. Are they going to get shot? You can go. I want you to go to jail, but I don't want you to get shot.
But you don't know, so you just called the police. So why is it one way on one end, but another way on the other end?
Because one, I'm not involved with that one. Like if someone's getting beat up.
So if the other people don't matter, then it's just
no.
Do we not see how that's rooted in selfishness?
Is that selfish?
Yeah, I see. Do you not see how that's rooted in selfishness? Because now it's like, okay, well, if it's other people, whatever situation they got going on, I'm gonna call the police, and whatever happens, if tomorrow morning they get shot, then hey, I did my part. But if it's me, I ain't gonna call because something might happen to me.
And I only go in there to get my child. Is that selfish of me? Okay, that's fine. I'm going to get my child. You go get your own.
I think that's
not selfish.
I don't think that's selfish because I think in a normal situation, most people would call the police. So the attempt is to call the police. So for her to do it for someone else and not herself, I don't know. I don't know how that. To me, I don't like that answer, but I don't think it's selfish because I would want you to call it. If you saw me getting beat up, if you saw something going on with me, please call the police. I can see if she's like, I'm not calling it for anybody. I don't care if you're getting beat up or not. If the person that's doing the crime is black, I ain't calling. I think that is like something interesting.
Right.
For example, if I see a man beating the Pope out of his wife in front of their kids, I'm calling the police. If I get in an altercation where I think it can be resolved eventually, if I'm in an altercation in my own house, say if I'm married and it's my husband, am I going to call the police? It depends on the situation. Depends on how violent the situation is.
I'll pass by a traffic stop, and I'm like, please don't let the person be black.
I'm calling. I saw a lady.
I'm just saying my feelings about police. Well, go ahead. You saw a lady.
I saw a lady getting jumped outside when I lived in Alabama, and she is getting jumped by 3 or 4 other girls, and I'm looking out the window because I'm not going out there. I'm looking out the window, and the father of my children, he was like, "Don't do nothing." I said, "I'm calling the police." He's like, "Don't do anything." I called the police, and I'm like, "I want to be anonymous, but this is going on." I said, I gave my address. I said, "It's across the street." And the police came and knocked on my door. And I'm like, I just said I want to be involved. So it was, but I don't care what the situation. I am that person. Don't do a crime around me. Don't do anything that looks suspect. I'm singing. Don't involve me in a crime because you're going to jail. And I will make up facts. I will add 2 facts. I don't do anything illegal around me. I'm not me.
Okay, Chef, folding chair manufacturer. Your thoughts? I don't know if you just muted yourself, but you over there shaking your head.
Yeah, because I don't necessarily believe calling the police, particularly for folks or against folks of color, and it can be beneficial. There is a ton of data out there that suggests that there are implicit biases for communities of color, and it doesn't matter what you may do. There are also a ton of examples, and there have been a lot where the aggressor was not a person of color, and the person who was the aggressee or receiving the aggression was the one that called the police or the cops, and they were the ones who actually ended up getting in trouble or hurt or any of those things. And so I think it depends on the situation. I've had several examples of folks showing aggression that most folks would call the police on, and I am very mindful when I really do need to call the cops. If I feel like someone's life is in danger, that's when I'll do it. But most times someone's life is not in danger. It just means that we need to be better at de-escalation practices. So, and if you, and knowing that about Ashley now, how she gonna call the cops on everything, I'm not gonna have her around me because I don't need the cops around me or the people that because I I tend to be in spaces and in communities that express their needs and emotions in a different way. And it's not necessarily an aggressive way, but it's not also necessarily a way that most folks are familiar with. And folks who are not familiar with those actions might want to call the cops. And I don't want that to happen because it can have larger ramifications for those communities.
Yeah, don't have me around because I'm calling the cops if somebody raises
won't note it.
If they raise their voice and I feel like their voice is threatening, their voice is now threatening.
And won't.
No, I'm just kidding. But I do call the police. If I feel like somebody is in danger, I am calling the police. Every time I've called the police, I felt like somebody's life has been in danger. When that man was beating that lady, like he was kicking her, like he was stomping her out. I am calling the police. I'm not trying to de-escalate. I'm not doing any of that. I'm calling the police.
This sounds, I mean, to be fair,
When they was jumping
Ashley, okay, hold on. That example sounds right. Like that I said someone's life is in danger, right? That actually sounds like a really valid example. However, folks, I do believe the cops are called on communities of color far more than they need to be just because there's a disagreement or folks don't understand the dynamics or how people express themselves. And that happens like often. We're a passionate folk, and I don't think and we get discriminated against more than any other. And we don't know what folks are going through. We don't know if there's different things.
I think then is on us as a community to be able to be better de-escalators. Then, if that's the case, if
that's what I said, I think we need to be better at de-escalation practices. Absolutely,
right. You know, if we're not going to put the people in the place that are in charge to de-escalate, then we need to know how to do that ourselves and do it and know when not to cross the line. And far too often, you know, there's a line that's drawn. In most cases, we go over that line. You get what I'm saying? And that's as an entire community. You know, we will cross that line right at the centimeter mark. Just tiptoeing right over it. Maybe not go too far into, but even that tiptoe for some people is like, hey, you still cross the line.
I don't think there's a line. And if we want to go back to the example of Alabama, right? Let's go back to the example of Alabama. What happened at the Boston Tea Party, or what happened at
the Alabama Sweet Tea Party? Thank you very much.
The Alabama Sweet Tea Party, right?
Oh, that's what that was about,
right? But this is an example of folks calling the police versus folks who escalate things in a way that's not needed. You will see that in that example, not one person of color was the aggressor first, right? The act of aggression probably came with throwing a hat 50 feet in the air. And most folks
as far as you know, we weren't there to see it. So that's as far as we know, because that's the only evidence we have.
I wasn't there to see it, but I witnessed the video, right?
Right.
And aggression, and I'm speaking of physical aggression, because all the examples that we gave of calling the police happened in a physical aggression way. No one said, in this, at least because I've logged on, I've been logging on for a while. No one said if someone threatens to kill you that you're going to call the cops. I heard examples of physical aggression. And so with that being said, homeboy got punched in the face and threw his hat 50 feet in the air. There was no physical aggression that he started first, right? There could have been a de-escalation practice that happened with the homeboy that punched the other guy in the face first, who was not a person of color, that punched the guy in the face first. And yet what happened was this more of an escalation that happened. And so in that instance, I feel that the police should have been called. The police were called. And I also think that it was a really great sign. I don't know if y'all have seen Avengers Endgame, but that was the very end of the Avengers Endgame, like the last 20 minutes. There was a scene that happened that made me feel really good about our people. But this is beside the point. But I think de-escalation could be beneficial before physical altercation.
Well, and I think de-escalation should have happened when those people were parked in that spot they shouldn't have been parked in, and the captain said you need to move so we can park the boat. And when they didn't, at that point, all right, you know what? I'm gonna alert the proper authorities.
Which they did. Point. That was the security.
They did.
That's what they did.
Okay,
that
if
was
the security. Okay, if the security.
And that's what black people problem.
Security got punched in the face.
How many freaking times do we have to de-escalate? Do we have to de-escalate? Because they were told 7 times, do not park there. You cannot park here. This is where we park. Don't put your boat here. Don't do that. And they continue to do it. You have to de-escalate every freaking time. Like, sir, okay, you park here again. I'm just going to unravel your little string. I'm going to push your boat out to sea so you understand it.
How is that de-escalating?
I didn't say that was de-escalating.
Okay, but yeah, how is that de-escalating then?
I didn't say that was de-escalating.
Correct.
Okay.
I gave an example of 6 or 7 times.
Telling them to move their boat over the intercom?
Right.
It's de-escalation. Move your boat, sir. You can't park there. We've told you don't park there.
Okay, all right. So if you're downtown, right, you're parked somewhere you're not supposed to be parked. They say, okay, you need to move, and you don't move. Who gets called to move you? The police, right? And if you don't move again, then who's gonna get called next? The toll company.
Right.
We're gonna move
But
it one way or another.
security was,
But
security
the
was
person-
called in this
Right.
example, and security was there and actually had active conversations of de-escalation and to have folks move. So I don't
Right.
understand.
Obviously, the security guard couldn't do nothing about it. So now you take the next step.
So now he got punched in the face.
I think
Yeah.
what
your point?
I struggle with, it sounds good, ST3, you know, they should, you know, we should have did this, but I think had it been a black person parked there, I don't know you, so I'm just making an assumption. I feel like your response would have been, they should have moved the boat. They should have just moved the boat. If they should just listen and move the boat. And it's like,
you said it was a group of black people there and they weren't listening.
White security guard that got beat up. I think then to me, you would have said they should have moved the boat. They were asked to move the boat.
But I would agree with that, Ashley. But I would agree with that because their lives are more in danger in that situation.
No, but that's not why he would be saying it.
No.
Oh,
no.
okay.
See, no.
That's
See,
not why he
you're
would
not
be
going to pay me
saying
that.
But I'm right. I'm just saying.
No, that's not how you're gonna pay it. I look at it equal for everybody. I look at it equal.
I say that because if the person in authority, it doesn't matter if they're a security guard, if they own the facility, if they're a police officer, if they are in authority at that moment and they've asked you to do this, then that's enough. It shouldn't be okay, well, I have to go call the police or whatever. But even in him calling the police, he's still on his post. He's still doing his job. He doesn't leave and end the conversation. It's still okay, I will engage with you until someone comes. So I feel like to say he should have done or this should have happened. No, the answer is they should have never touched that man. It doesn't matter if he was yelling. It doesn't matter if he threw a soda can off into the sea. No one should have touched him.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I do not disagree with that. I don't disagree with that.
Say they called, so security came, right? Then they called the police. The police came, ain't nothing happened. Who they supposed to call next? The mayor? And then they go up to what? The president? How long does de-escalation?
If the police come and if the police come and the issue don't get de-escalated, then there's a real serious problem now. If the police show up and the issue don't get de-escalated from there, there's a real serious problem. These people are just insubordinate. But
so do you
the police
feel
have
like
the power to arrest them now.
Serious problem? Do you feel
What
like
was
a
that?
serious problem? Do you feel like there was a real serious problem that happened because the police were called, police were there, and someone got hit, or most people got hit with a chair, and that's not de-escalation. So
yeah, I mean at that point the fight already broke out. It's only but so much you can do at that point.
First of all, I've seen I've seen several fights break out. Police were called, and it was de-escalated in that moment.
Once the police show up, right?
And in hoods. So I've seen
because nobody want to be arrested. You bucking. Yeah, I've been there too. I've been in situations where. Yeah.
Wait, I'm not saying the same. We're not saying the same thing. I've seen people who want to get arrested. Right?
You said people. I know people don't want to get arrested. You saying people want to get arrested?
I don't think people want to, but I've seen situations where people do not care if they are.
Oh, I've seen it
but
too.
There's proper de-escalation practices with the police. I'm saying that in this situation that there was not proper practices of de-escalation that happened. So I was just drawing back to the example that you gave, right? Of like the de-escalation happening in this instance. But I do agree with you. On we need to practice and be a little bit more mindful about de-escalation practices. And if it's not effective and if it's not efficient, then we're not doing it well. And then we need to figure out how to get back to the drawing board on that.
Right. And to piggyback off that real quick, Chev, and we don't know what happened when the security guard went to de-escalate the situation. We don't know how he communicated. We don't know exactly how he handled that situation. So that's not for us to say.
It is for us. What I do know is that words were exchanged and then physical altercation happened. It does not matter Words
Right.
are
Not cutting
words
the
are
words.
words.
Words
We fight fire with fire, right? We don't fight
shouldn't be that
fire.
way.
We don't fight fire with
Shouldn't be that
water.
way.
We don't, but that's what it is. That's like that's actually how it should be, and that is proper de-escalation
No.
practices.
And then my
Yeah,
question
Because if somebody just calls you words, you're gonna let words
yes.
ruin your integrity.
No.
If you're in a
Like,
situation,
no. But what I'm saying is the folks that threw the physical punches first were wrong. Right?
of course, I agree.
It doesn't matter what type of words I say to someone. Words are words. Words are not physically harming you. And so therefore, there should be no way in any circumstance that you should use physical for words. And I've been in several situations in my face, in many different examples where words are just words, and I know that they don't physically harm me. But as soon as someone tries to physically harm me or uses something physical just based on the words that I'm saying, then we have a problem. It's not me, it's them.
Okay, two things. First of all, why words harm, whether it's not, it might not be physical, but words do harm. But the second thing is you're so focused on this black dude, Mr. Security, who should have de-escalated. The black people should have de-escalated. Why do white people couldn't have de-escalated?
I'm not saying
I'm
not saying black people should de-escalate. I didn't say that.
You said we have an issue about
but if
de-escalation. You said we have an issue about de-escalation.
Yeah, I'm saying that as a group, but I'm not saying this particular situation. But
That's
I'm
what
saying
you're
that the issue, it blew up. At the end of the day, it blew up. So
Why?
there was no the line, whatever line that was drawn, it was crossed. So
Why did
once
it
that
blow
line
up?
is crossed, it's too late. There's no
Brandy, in that
Why did it blow
argument,
up?
Brandy, in that argument, just I'm not even playing devil's advocate. I'm just playing based off the 3 minutes, 26 seconds that I saw the amazing videos of this situation that happened. That should go in the history books, but DeSantis might block it anyway.
Well,
But it's Alabama, so it's fine. We're good. I will say that there was a point in the video where someone was trying to de-escalate by putting their body in front of someone who was getting physically harmed.
Yes.
And not only did that person get jumped by two people,
come on,
also got hit in the head with a white folding chair.
Mm-hmm.
That's de-escalation, but they did get hit.
And there's also a moment of de-escalation where the security guy was getting jumped by the fake people, and then a man came down there and tried to break up the fight.
Right.
And he ended up getting jumped.
But the thing about it is, once the first punch was swung, was swung, it's like the de-escalation of you getting in the middle. It's you kind of past that. The only thing that could have happened at that point is if somebody's security guard had mace, you mace the people, you throw whatever pepper spray. That's the only way you could physically disengage all of these people was by coming with that tasers, whatever. But once the first punch is thrown, the fight's already started. The line is already crossed. There ain't no de-escalation at that. Words ain't gonna de-escalate. Getting in the middle physically is not gonna de-escalate.
De-escalation happens with the person who has the most influence or who also has the most savviness.
So as a former teacher, two kids are fighting. You telling me that I gotta jump in there and fight?
No, and you're not supposed to.
Exactly. So words.
But you have influence.
Escalate.
But you have influence.
You got this is
an effective teacher has influence.
Yes,
exactly.
I agree, Chef. Yes, and so when you say, "Hey, y'all stop that," that first they gonna okay, you know what, Miss Grant don't play. You know, Mr. ST3 don't play, Mr. Chef don't play. Let me stop before it goes. But then if they keep going now, it's like, all right, if y'all don't stop, I'm going to call who I need to call. I'm going to call Dean, whoever. And then now it's like, all right, you know what? Dean, whoever don't play, well, we don't want to get in trouble with Dean. But then sometimes like, man, I don't even give a damn about Dean, whoever. So, all right, I'm going to call the truancy officer that's on campus. If that don't work, then, hey, they're just going to throw it. But you're going to call the people to come in. They're going to de-escalate how to de-escalate it. But the fight has already happened. Once the fight is happening, then at that point, whatever consequence they're suffering, they've already accepted that. They've already passed the levels of de-escalation to where they're like, you know what? I don't care what the teacher says. I don't care what the dean got to say. I don't care what the truancy officer got to say. At the end of the day, we're past that. And that's what happened in this situation. Literally, people said, you know what? I don't give a damn about this security guard. I don't give a damn about this boat dock person. I don't give a damn about none of this. And so they went. And at that point, there's no de-escalation other than calling the police, and the police doing whatever they're trained to do, whether that's macing people, whether that's tasing people, whether that's taking clubs and start banging people over the head, whatever the case may be.
That's where you had me until that. You really did.
We do this every week, man.
No, I was really with
we do it every week, man.
No, I know, but I was really with you because this is what happens, right? The police officers are also human, and again, it goes back to that data that is absolutely published. It's public knowledge. It is true. It is tried. Is that they do what is a human instinct for them, which goes against their training, particularly when it comes to certain group of folks. And so that is what the issue is. So it's not, I can be trained in as a classical musician, I know that when I am playing something in particular, my fingers are supposed to be doing something different. But when I am in a moment where I am caught off guard, where I am feeling like I need to survive in that particular moment, I go into basic human instinct and I go into what I feel like is the best for my survival. And that's, police officers are human, and that's what they're going to do. We got to acknowledge that, and we got to also acknowledge that they're not superheroes that come in and do the right thing every single time.
And I get that, but see, the thing is, I don't go into this situation with bad faith. I go into it with as much faith as that they're going to do what they're supposed to do. Now, does that always happen? No, and I could agree to that. That's not always the case, but I don't go in negative. I try, and I do my best. I'm not gonna say try, but I do my best to not go into any situation with a negative thought, because you feed into that energy at the end of the day. That's number one. If we're gonna go all the way down to the base of anything, whatever you put out is what you receive. And so if you putting out negativity, if you're putting out negativity, you're gonna receive negativity. So I don't go into a situation, when I call the police, I don't go into like, okay, you know what? I got an eighth in my car. I got this or whatever. Because there's been situations where I've called the police and I do got that. I do got one rolled up. I just finished smoking. I did whatever. But you know what? I don't go into it with negative connotation. I go with
He's talking about 8 pennies. 8 pennies.
Yeah, 8 pennies.
Right.
Exactly.
Pennies.
You know what I'm saying? So I, and that's the thing. You get out what you put in. And so that's,
which is a whole nother thing that you're giving Brandy a whole nother subject that she can do in another thing. It's around karma and energy and all that stuff. But however, that does not negate. I think that is a good point, and I'm gonna pipe down, because I saw when I see Ashley and the realist come on around the same time, I need to pipe down.
Right.
But with that, I think I don't disagree with you, but that is few and far between. And so we're expecting the average human to act abnormally above particular situations, and that's not the case. And we also know that, again, I hate to keep going back to data, but Dr. Jackson's gonna love me for this, because every time I bring up data and stats, she's in it with me, and I also need her to do my hair since I'm growing it out. But I think the basic and the average human doesn't have those type of de-escalation or those type of leveled emotions, which is why, once again, there's a particular community that gets attacked first. And notice the first person that gets arrested in this situation is not the aggressor, the first aggressor. So let's
and they
also
weren't
notice
even
that.
going to arrest some of the aggressors.
Well, and so to your point, Chev, it goes
with negativity. I go into a situation with caution. It's a big difference.
That's still that's not
negative. I deal with the police with caution.
But that's rude. Caution is rooted in fear.
No, it's not.
Caution's not rooted in fear.
No.
If you're being
it's rooted in logic.
It's rooted right.
No.
Preacher. The caution is
It
not
can be
rooted in
rooted
fear.
in logic.
No.
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 Okay, so you go in front of you go in the Serengeti, you in the Serengeti, and you in front of a lion. Caution is negativity, or is that logic?
I said that. I
No,
said
no,
that's rooted in
that's
fear.
fear.
And
He said
listen,
fear.
caution is
Fear.
rooted.
That's that. I'm
Caution
scared.
is rooted in wisdom.
I don't care if there's a line to learn in security.
That's good.
That's what
Caution is
caution
rooted
is
in
rooted
wisdom.
in. It's
Because
rooted
if I'm
in
around
wisdom.
a thief, I'm not afraid of the thief, but I am cautious to leave my belongings that I value. If I know you're a known thief, I'm not afraid of you. And I might be able to afford to have new items. I'm not afraid of losing it. I'm just cautious around you.
So when Jesus was walking on the water, and Peter saw him, and Peter got out of the boat and started walking and looked down, was he not being cautious?
He was being
No.
He was.
What was he doing then? What was he doing then? What was he doing then? What was he doing? What was he doing then?
He was in fear.
So,
that was not caution.
hold on. You
That
know
was
what?
like, I'm about to drown.
Well,
I'm about to die.
Listen.
I was in doubt.
That was
I want to follow this.
That was a lack of wisdom.
Yeah, right.
No,
That was a lack of wisdom in who he was with. Yes.
But that goes to SC3's point. I'm trying to go.
No, he said it's fear.
No,
Leroy said wisdom.
Yeah, I said wisdom, but what I'm saying is, even if Peter was cautious of his surroundings and in that situation that he was afraid, that may be true. I'm not saying that some say that people who are cautious don't have fear, but wisdom did tell him, oh shoot, I'm walking on water. Is this really real? Right? Like wisdom said that I can't do this. This is illogical. Wisdom told him this is illogical for me to do, which brought on fear. It was the wisdom of doing
that. That don't even make sense, because if you say wisdom told him it's illogical to do, wisdom and logic don't go together.
What you mean wisdom and logic?
Wisdom and logic are not the same.
In this
wisdom and logic are not the same. Wisdom and logic are not the same.
Another rabbit hole.
Wisdom and logic are not the same.
Listen, I didn't say
wisdom and logic are not the same.
In this example,
I never said wisdom and logic.
Wisdom and logic are not the same.
Hold on, I never said wisdom and logic was the same. What I said was it was the wisdom that brought on the fear. So when you say that doesn't make sense, it makes a lot of sense. I'm not going to touch that stove because it's hot. What tells me that? Not fear. Wisdom tells me that from my experience that the stove is going to be hot. So it is wise for me not to touch it. So if I do, somebody tries to force my hand on it.
It is wise for you not to touch it. Why?
Yeah, I'm trying to explain to you.
It is wise for you not to touch it. Why?
If somebody forces my hand, you missing the. I think
you're missing it.
If somebody forces my hand to try to touch the stove, of course I'm gonna be afraid because wisdom tells me this don't hurt. Wisdom tells me that, right? So that's what I keep trying to say. When you say is that caution is rooted in fear, it's not. It's rooted in wisdom and knowledge.
That's good. That's good.
I agree.
You said that.
The only way fear would come up, you have to have the knowledge of something to be afraid of. So knowledge comes before the fear.
Right.
You disagree with that?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, so knowledge doesn't come before the fear.
No, you're saying knowledge comes before fear.
That's what I'm asking you.
Yes.
In order for me to know the stove is hot, I have to have knowledge that the stove is hot. Would you agree with that?
No, you don't have to have knowledge that the stove is hot. You feel that it's hot.
How should I know the stove is hot?
You literally can feel it's hot.
Wait a minute. No. You have to wait a minute.
Listen,
wait a minute. You have to have knowledge.
Hold on, Leroy. Hold on.
You have to have knowledge because a child does not know that it's hot. You have to educate that child. And I have children. You wait a minute. You have to say you have to look both ways before crossing the street. A child is not cautious in that way. They're just gonna walk. So then you have to say, wait, you have to slow down and look both ways because you could get hit by a car. Now they can develop caution because they have wisdom. They have understanding of danger. You have to first know.
You can have the knowledge and still not use it.
That's not what I said. We're not talking about that. We're not talking about that. We're not talking about.
You can still have the knowledge and still not use it.
Bro, now what you just did, you just moved the goalpost because that's not what we was originally talking about. You said that caution was rooted in fear. That's what you
Yes.
said. We're not
Yes.
talking about whether you have the knowledge, and just because you have the knowledge doesn't mean you're going to exercise it.
Right.
I'm only specifically pointing out that caution is not rooted in fear, it is rooted in wisdom. And because in order for us to know, in order for us to be afraid of something, we first have to have the knowledge of what to be afraid of. And you said, no, that's not true. And I'm like, it is true. And I'm trying to figure out, for somebody of your caliber and expertise, how do you deny that knowledge doesn't come before fear?
You gotta mute yourself.
ST3.
Yeah.
How you saying that knowledge doesn't come before fear? Like, walk me through. Like, literally, walk me through that.
You can still have the knowledge and not use it.
No, that's not what I asked you. I asked you.
That's my answer. That's my answer. You can still have the knowledge and not use it. So you can have the knowledge that the stove is hot, just like your mom telling, hey, don't touch that, it's hot. And you still not use it. You touch the stove and then you burn yourself. You find out it's hot now. So if you said experience,
but what I'm trying to, that's what I'm trying to say. Your example, it just really don't make sense, right? Because I'm going to tell you why it don't make sense. Because you said you can have the knowledge and not use it, correct? So I can put my hand on. But once I put my hand on the stove, I confirmed something, correct? It gave me knowledge of something.
Yeah,
correct?
You experienced it.
No, right, and that experience gave me knowledge of something, correct?
Now you know.
Yeah, is that knowledge?
I think ST3, for you to say the experience brought upon the knowledge, because I now experienced it. My mom used to say, you don't have to be shot by the gun to know it hurts. You're not going to experience everything just in order to really get a knowledge of it. You can tell that, hey, Ashley got shot. She's dying. Now I know I don't want to get shot. You don't have to experience everything. I think that you have, and I don't know you, but it's just a desire to be right, that you're not listening to the original thing, because you said that caution is rooted in fear. But in order to be cautious of something, you first have to know I have to be afraid of it. Because there are things that I do right now, like a lot of people are doing things. Some girls are having sex without knowledge that it brings upon pregnancy. They're doing it, but they don't understand what can come along with it. So I feel like you're saying, like, once you have an understanding, now you can say, oh, wait, maybe I should use some kind of contraceptive. So now I can be cautious. So knowledge has to precede the fear of it. Because you have to know what you're afraid of. How can you be afraid of something and not know? I don't understand that. So really, if you really believe that, if you could explain that to me, how can I be afraid of something, but I don't know what to be afraid of? I don't understand that.
I don't know. I don't understand that either, what you're saying.
Because you're saying caution.
That's what you're communicating. That's what you communicating.
I didn't say nothing like that.
You said caution.
I said conscious is rooted in fear. That's what I said. I didn't. Yeah.
And I said it's rooted in wisdom. You said, no, that doesn't make sense. It's not rooted in wisdom. I said, you first have to have knowledge of something before you can be afraid of it. And you was like, no, that don't make sense. You can't have wisdom before you have.
No, you said wisdom, and then in the same breath you said illogical.
I never said
logic and wisdom are not the same. That's what
I never
you said.
Illogical.
He said logic.
So the next topic is what?
To be fair, also in this example, to be fair, in ST3's example, or the realist back to you, that you have to have wisdom in something or knowledge of something to be fearful of it. Like, I have never experienced, and I hope to never experience, a bear in my backyard. Hopefully.
Right.
However, I am fearful of a bear, and I've never experienced it, and I have no knowledge or no wisdom, or the wisdom in the physical altercation of a bear to know that. But I also think it goes back to But I also think it goes back to Ashley's example about the gun example. I've not boom boom, right? And I've not experienced that, but I don't have the knowledge of it. But I just think what ST3 is saying is that caution is rooted in a sort of fear of the unknown. And the unknown can bring on something that's completely different that we don't know, which I also think goes into our wisdom kicks in, and hopefully our logic kicks in to kind of help us with that survival instinct. So I think y'all are kind of saying the same thing,
No,
but just
we're not.
you're over
not.
some. It's
I think y'all
potato
trying to tell
potato and
somebody.
semantics.
Y'all trying to make it more
It's
difficult.
semantics.
Even
Even the
fear,
comment-
even fear is a form of knowledge, because fear is a taught behavior.
It sure
I'm
is.
afraid. I hate frogs, sticky frogs. So when I see them, I scream. So now my daughters, when they see them, they scream. That's a learned behavior.
You're
Some people-
fearful.
But that's through your
of sticky
experience, though.
frog.
That's through your
Yes,
experience.
I hate
fearful.
Judge not.
If a sticky
Judge
frog
not.
jumps on me, shoot me.
Done.
See,
Fear-
this is
That-
no.
there
That's through your experience, and there's
fear-
something
that's
called
not
empathy.
Certain
Fear
You-
is a learned
is
behavior.
knowledge based.
Fear is a learned
taught.
behavior.
Yeah, it's a learned behavior. There are people who would
No,
say,
that's wrong. Fear is a survival behavior, by the way.
But fear is a learned
that is-
behavior. It's also an experienced
No.
behavior. If you
Yep.
have a child, it's legit. If your
Yep.
mom is scared of spiders and she screams every time she sees a spider, that child is going to develop a fear of the spider.
No.
Then when they experience it for themselves,
That's
that
true.
fear can either remain or go away.
Yeah, I understand.
Fear is
what
a
you're saying.
chemical that happens, which it cannot be a learned behavior. It is an innate.
Right,
Right.
right.
No.
Yes.
Yeah.
No.
I'm gonna have to disagree.
no, fear, the chemical,
Yes.
no,
Well,
the
I'm not-
chemical
listen,
release.
listen,
Let me go to
listen.
Google.
No.
He's not
I'm gonna
saying.
have to.
He's
I'm
not
gonna have to
saying-
disagree with that.
He's not saying that you can't be taught fear. Fear can be taught.
Okay.
Right? Fear
Okay.
can be taught,
Right.
saying that you cannot
Okay.
teach fear, but he's saying even when you teach it, it comes from the chemical that creates the actual emotion that you
Okay.
feel that's
Okay.
called. That's what
Right.
he. That's what
That's fine.
Because I'm scared of spiders, and not both my kids are scared of spiders.
Right.
Okay,
right.
fair.
I think
Google
the
also
fear-
says that fear is innate and or learned.
That's
So
what I just said.
everyone, I'm sorry, or Brandy, I didn't hear that. My bad. Look, what is also innate and learned is knowing for me to say when someone is right. My bad, I didn't hear you. You're right. But but I did not particularly know that fear is a learned behavior. So this is something I'm learning today.
Yes. Yeah.
What? Chef learned something, yeah.
Right. And that's the show for today, guys. We're going to end it there because that's never happened before. To wrap it up, does anybody want to say anything about the sweet tea, the Alabama sweet tea party, or anything?
So what you gonna do? Hold on. What happened to do black men be black women?
We're gonna go. I'm asking.
We're wrapping that up. The real
final thoughts on this subject matter before
Oh,
we
okay.
transition over.
Okay.
Is that
I got
okay?
you.
Can
I'm
we do
slow.
that?
I'm like Chev. You know what I'm saying? I don't
Not
got a
slow.
problem apologizing. No. I don't got a problem apologizing when I'm wrong. You know what I'm saying? So I'm sorry. You know, I misunderstood.
I don't
Why
know
Oscar not learning how to mute? Hold on. So
No, I just unmuted.
You had to hit
I've
that
been
twice. That's messed
muted.
up.
I will say this image. Oscar.
Oscar, you have to turn off the other one because you're listening to it and on this one.
No, I meant to say something. Should I stay on mute? Is this just for the panel or?
No, you need to mute your computer or whatever you're watching it on. Like if you're watching it on
Oh.
Facebook, mute it on
The-
Facebook. Don't mute this one.
Well, I'm on my phone. Is it like the video that's messed up or something or?
No, go.
You probably have to close out the Facebook app.
That might be it. Okay, I'll do
Yeah.
that. I was just saying I like the sweet tea party though. We were calling it something else. I'm from Alabama. I grew up 30 minutes away from there. So
What
I
are
like
y'all
your name
calling it?
for the sweet tea party.
Oh,
Oh, we called it thumping the gump.
that worked for me too.
Not as colorful. Huh?
It works. It definitely works for freestyle. We know that. I would just say this image, by the way, has. Did y'all see this one?
No, send it to me via text.
I
Oh,
will. It killed me, but it is from a young graphic designer named Premi from the state of Florida, and it has made national headlines because of how creative it is and how actually folks really resonated with it. But I just need folks to give this young man his props because he was the one that thought of that particular moment and conceived it.
Okay, why don't you post it on Brandy's page right now? Like, and post it on this thing, so because I want to see it.
all right. I guess everybody had y'all say cool. Okay. Moving on. Yes.
Is that better?
Okay.
I closed out everything else. I'm on my phone. Okay.
I was answering the question.
That's better.
He muted him. Anyway. So we're working. Do black men envy black women?
In what context?
Pick one.
Let's start with finances.
What do you mean?
Do black men envy the position that black women are in today's society?
In finances?
No.
No, not in finances. I mean, in the position that in the position that black women are in today.
I don't understand the question. It is.
It's a general question. Do black men envy black women? So you just have to pick a topic where you would think that right?
No.
When you first heard the topic, when you first read the topic, what was your initial reaction?
No.
Unless you're a transgender man or
wrong. Don't wrong.
That's
wrong.
That's
He's
the
not
only
wrong.
one.
He's not wrong. That's his opinion.
Unless you're a transgender man or you're a gay man, then
wrong. I'm a gay man. Wrong. Wrong.
That's just you.
Wrong.
That's how I feel.
Don't keep talking over him. Let him talk. Let him voice.
But it's wrong.
Like I don't feel like he can speak for them unless he's part of the community.
Right. So like
he can say what he believes. Why can't he say what he believes?
I'm not trans man, but you don't speak for gay men on that. So like wrong.
Okay, well
you were saying SC3?
I said no. I don't feel men envy women. I don't think men envy
women. I don't think that either.
But I agree with that. Yes. Yes. Correct.
In a general scape. No.
I don't think so either.
You can wrong me all you want. I see where you're going. If it's a man that's transitioning to a woman, I believe there's some envy there. I believe there is some envy because of what naturally born women can do and transgendered people cannot do. And you can get attitude with a naturally born when I say that if you want to. But you're not gonna stop my words.
This is a whole different subject.
But I'm just saying because I'm letting him voice what he was saying. You kept wronging him, and the man didn't even want to say how he felt because you wrong.
Because it's wrong. But it was wrong.
Hold
on. And Chubb is speaking from because he did mention
gay folk. Like no, that's not.
Chubb is saying from his experience.
Well, I didn't know Chev was a gay man. So
you're welcome.
Well, there you go. So then, if Chev says no, then okay, we'll go with that.
I think,
but from my perception,
I say trans to a certain extent because I've heard people say why was I born in the wrong body? So that to me is envious of those women who or even just people who feel comfortable in the body that they're in and they feel like I'm where I'm supposed to be. So I would say in that regard, based on hearing those comments, that yes, those particular people that make that comment do envy women who were born women. Period. I'm gonna hit mute.
I mean, yeah, you there's to some degree you kind of do if you're gonna go the whole route to go and to change who you were born as, because at the end of the day, you were born that way, whether or not you agree with it or not.
Okay,
Whatever
so
the way you were born is the way you were born. Whether you agree that you came out the right way or not, that's not up to you to decide, truthfully. But if you're gonna go as far and to do that, then like I said, you do what you do. But there's some envy there to the point where you're gonna go and change all of that.
I just want to say real quick, don't ever cut peppers without wearing gloves. Okay. So, because I'm in pain. It
didn't help at all?
No, girl. I want to really just chop my
I'm sorry.
But so let's talk on the direct approach of men and women. Naturally born men, naturally born women, men that drop ball sacks and has sperm swimming through them testes, and women who got them ovaries and eggs and all that stuff. You were born with those items, okay? Those people. Do black men envy black women? And my answer is yes.
Oh,
why?
Because I feel like on a totem pole, you have white men, white women, black women, black men down at the bottom.
Oh,
I'm gonna disagree. I'm gonna disagree with you.
Totem pole again? What's the totem pole?
White men.
I want to hear
that's the perception of what society says.
I'm gonna disagree with you.
That's what the perception
I love
of
you,
society
Brandy,
says.
but I'm gonna disagree.
Society has made it to believe that black women are above black men. And so you black women as a whole, and I'm not saying anybody in particular, but black women as a whole run with that idea, but that's not true.
No, we don't.
No, we don't.
And I'm saying that isn't a general sense. I'm not talking about Ashley. I'm not talking about Dr. Jackson. I'm not saying that in a general sense.
Context to what's going on. Can I catch up? What was the totem pole?
You still on top?
I feel like if black men were going to be envious of anybody else, it would not be black women, because they'd be envious of white men before they are envious of us.
So you think that?
I don't think black men are envious.
Can he get the totem pole real quick?
White, black. Men, women, men.
Okay.
No.
Well,
I think that black women are at the bottom in every sense of the word. I think that we are uncovered by our black men, that we are mistreated. I feel like we are just at the bottom in every sense of the word. And
black men are the most fetishized.
I believe that black men do not envy it because they recognize it. And to my black men on this panel, that some black men are a part of the problem and they understand that.
Well, here's the thing. I think, truth be told, if you ask me, black men are at the top of the totem pole. If you ask me,
I would agree with that. I would agree.
Yo, black men are at the top of the totem pole, and
usually the most athletic, the strongest.
In the overall spectrum, when you paint it all, we're not singular. We're not talking singular things where finance or education, but we're talking about as an overall thing. Black men are at the top because number one, we're more physically fit. Even at the most unphysically fit, we're still more physically fit than a white man is.
Which is why we're chosen as slaves.
At the core, we better package down there, even at the smallest. You better package than your white male counterpart.
You go back to physical, like every time.
I said in a general.
Every time it's physical.
Let me get all the way.
I think. Hold on, time. I do believe. You know what I'm saying? If we talking about overall, right? Because I think what ST3 is comparing. Okay, let's just say somebody has more wealth than us in a sense, right? But then in comparison to everything else that we have, then we would outrank them. I think, at the end of the day, I do think we are as smart, if not smarter, right? I do believe that, from a physical standpoint, right? Like
we surpassed them.
Right. And I do
run
think
circles around them.
I even do think from a creative standpoint, from a resilience standpoint. And I'm not saying, you know what? I'm gonna retract that statement. This is what I'm gonna say. I'm gonna say this. Everybody is created in the image of the Imago Dei.
You said what?
Can I hear everybody's totem pole, please? Can we go down the row?
Oh, that's a good. Yeah. I dig it.
Are we only
Black
doing white
women are
and
at the
black?
bottom of the totem pole.
I would
Black
agree
When
with
it
women are the
comes
bottom.
to societal,
I
when it
would
comes
agree.
to societal norms, Black women, and there's a really great example, particularly when it comes to this state and what has happened today.
Right, that
So
lady being put down. Right.
Black women are at the bottom of the and when
happened
it
today,
happens to someone else outside of that cultural group, outside of Black women, there is a huge rallying of folks that are ready to fight and ready to do whatever that needs to be done. But when it comes to Black women, they do not get the same treatment. So I absolutely
And that is 100% true, because even my sister and I, we talk about in Home Depot, I can pick up a 8x4 piece of wood and I'm struggling. And it's like people will look and say, oh, you know, whatever. But let a white woman pick up a piece of paint, spray paint. It's like, oh, let me help you with that. Oh my gosh, let me help you with that. And it's like, we just get treated horribly. And I'm not saying in the sense of physical, mine is just overall treatment and how we're looked at in society. That's what I'm talking about. How we're looked at and judged in society. So if it's based on physical, then we right under Black men, if that's what we're basing it on.
Well, it's interesting because depending on what you're talking about, the totem pole is going to change. But if we talking about,
that's what I was going to say too.
Talking about overall, what it really is, then yeah, Black men for me is Black men, white woman. If we're talking about just in that sense of white, Black.
So you feel based on your because you started listing some things. So you feel that because you put Black women at the bottom. So based on
in the overall sense, yeah.
Right. So when you gave your thing about physicality and you're well endowed and all this stuff, so you feel that Black women are weaker than both white men and white women.
No. That's
and
I just gave examples, but that was no. If we talking about just straight physical, if we talking about physical, Black men, Black women, white men, white women. Because black women are more. If we talk about physical, Black women are more physical than white men and most white men.
Question. So what put Black men at the top? Explain that for me one more time, please.
Because they're the most fetishized.
I'm asking ST3.
Well, to go with Dr. Jackson, we're the most fetishized. If we have everything working for us, if we got the finance working for us, if we got the physical working for us, if we got the intelligence working for us, we're going to be at the top. Look at someone like LeBron James. Look at someone like Barack Obama. Who has the complete package.
So again, based on that, you still feel like Black women will be at the bottom? Because you said you're at the top.
I said in an overall sense.
Right.
That's just what's from society's point. Point.
You're saying you ranked Black men at the top. You did that in an overall sense.
Yeah, from society's perspective. Yeah.
Society does not rank Black men at the top.
Okay. In an overall sense, you said Black men are at the top. Mm-hmm. So I'm asking you, how did they get to the top? So you said because physical, they're able to, intelligence, you named all those things. So that means that in your head, Black women are the dumbest. We're the weakest.
No.
At the top.
No. Don't do that. Don't do that. No, don't do that.
I'm asking for understanding.
No, you see, you guys like taking what I say and reinterpreting it.
Not you guys.
No,
ST3. Not you guys. Don't do that. I'm not.
Don't do that. I did not say that.
No,
I didn't say nothing about no being the dumbest.
I didn't say that.
No, that's not what she said.
Because I don't believe
that's literally what she just said.
No,
that's what she said.
You're not listening to
she
the whole
literally just said that.
I asked you
all of what she said.
I asked you what put Black men at the top, and you said. I also said if you're saying it's because of physicality, then I think Black women will be right under you. And then
right.
Okay, wait a minute. And then you said, well, overall. And I said, okay, well, explain what you mean overall. You said, well, look at LeBron James. If we have the physical, if we have the brains, you started listing things, and then you put it back in order. You did the totem pole again after saying that. So I'm asking you, because I don't believe that you could think that. I'm hoping you don't. Based on that, because you re-ranked us and you still put Black women at the bottom.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, the second time he came back, he said it was black men, black women, white.
He said if that's based on physical alone, and then he said overall.
That's what he said.
Okay,
he said
let's pause that.
We can rewind it.
Okay, I'm getting understanding. I'm not putting words in your mouth. Okay. I'm trying to understand the words that are coming out of your mouth.
I will say that I think the three black men on here interpret it differently.
ST3, not according to society, according to your standards. What is the ranking of white men, white women? Blah, 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 blah. What is your ranking? Not society. Yours.
To what? Overall?
To who? How we rank? Overall? Yes, overall.
Oh, what I see it as, or what I believe
you
to be?
see it as?
What I see it as black men, black women, white men, white women.
Okay. The realist.
Everybody equal.
Somebody wake the realist up. I think he's sleep talking. Oscar.
They don't want to agree with that.
We don't have to agree with it. I don't agree with yours. Oscar, how would you rank it?
Ranking, I mean, my simple answer was that I wasn't jealous, but I think it's situational. So I don't have a ranking. I would just say black people first, but that'd be my preference. I don't know that that's a ranking. So I don't have I've been kind of trying to take it in and pull an angle. I don't have one.
Okay. Freestyle. You didn't change your. You didn't change your.
I can change it. And the question is, how do I see it?
How do you see it?
And the question is, how do I think that overall, I would say you got to hit that mute.
I got you.
I think that overall, I would say that
here you go.
That black men do rank high for me. They are the highest for me.
Okay. Pop.
I would say we're right under them. And then I would say everybody else is neck and neck. And I'm saying that based on ability and resilience. I'm saying that based on our mental ability to deal with trauma daily and still succeed, to be set back every 50 years and still catch back up, if not surpass. I'm saying the mental fortitude that we have is unmatched by any other group, because when certain things happen in another group, it becomes a lot of things become suicidal, or it's just like, I can't deal with this. It becomes, I can't deal with the pressure of it. But every day we deal with the pressure of being black and how we're treated in society. So on that alone, we can make money. We're smart. Studies prove that we have the most common sense. If asked to do something, it's kind of like a quick map out. So I'm gonna say that.
Okay, Chef.
Dang.
Yeah, she did more than we asked her to do.
Dang. Oh, just like that. Dang. Because I do like disagreeing with Ashley.
That was very touching, though.
Yeah, that was. If I were to rank, I would say I am the child of the realist and Ashley, because I do think there is. I think we're all equal in that regard, but then that our experiences do come into play in certain circumstances. This is a very tough question, Brandy. So very rare, speechless. So I'm the child of Ashley and realist. I'm in the middle of that of
Okay.
that regard.
I'm gonna say, Digger, you got to come back in. Your device is not connected. I'm going to say that for
I'm
my
not connected.
Oh, you didn't do yours?
No.
No, not you. Somebody else. Go ahead and do yours. What? How would you rank
Oh,
according to your personal, not society, just your personal?
black men, black women, and kind of like Ashley, the last two are the same because just because.
Okay, so if I had to rank it, I would say, and based off of the things that Ashley said and how she described those things and the traumas and all that stuff, I would say black women, black men, and the other two are neck and neck. But black men and black women are very closely linked. And I would say black women because we deal with the trauma of seeing our black men and having to deal with being pushed back to the side, but we still come strong. We still come back. We still do what we have to do just to not only support them, but support ourselves. And in whatever situation it is, I would say black men are next because we do just have an uncanny ability or a natural ability to just survive, to build, to do what we have to do to get there. And everybody else, okay, I mean, no offense, but
I want to change mine to that too because I said black men first because I exalt black men. I do look at them as a little G, like a god, a little G though. Hello, not the god. But I do feel like black men have a certain power within them. But if we're basing it on trauma though, I would say black women take the cake on that because I'm gonna have to get that one. But that's just based on trauma. But overall, I still keep my black men above.
It's not a competition.
It is
Trauma
not.
is
It's not a competition. It's
Trauma is
reality,
trauma.
though.
I'm just saying, but reality is it's a traumatic experience being a black woman.
And it's a traumatic experience
Oh,
to
it's
be
a
a black
very
man.
traumatic experience.
Right.
being a
Very
black man.
traumatic being a black man.
Right.
I agree.
Because there's nobody's gonna come and bail a black man out.
Traumatic.
Nobody's
Statistics prove that a black man is more likely to have support if he's incarcerated than a female. So of course we're coming to bail you out.
We're not talking about that small number population. Okay. We're not talking about the small because there's more black men that aren't incarcerated that are incarcerated. So
and they're only supported by their black counterparts.
Oops.
So you saying that when both genders get or both bail, people, black women and black men get arrested, that there are more black women that support black men versus black men that support black women while they're locked up.
Yes, sir.
That is correct.
Yes, sir. If you in prison, women are sticking by these dudes' sides. When a woman gets to prison, that dude ain't papoose. He vamoose. He out. He gone. Yes, sir. Straight up.
How do we even get to this thing about prison?
And you
that
say,
was the point I made.
So you're weighing that to say that means that they handle more trauma?
No,
No.
I'm just going against what ST3 said. He said that there's nobody going to bail you out.
I didn't mean that from a prison standpoint, though.
In every way.
Like y'all took that to a whole different
No, I'm not in every way, now. I
feel like a black woman is down for the cause. I feel in my experience, I feel that black women, we do our best to identify with the struggle of the black man. I will never know what it's like to be a black man, but I do my best to identify, to meet your need emotionally, spiritually, and physically, however. But on the flip side, there's a lot of trauma that black women go through that black men kind of push under the rug and are the causes of those traumas.
I actually believe that.
Degrading black women and exalting other women. And you see that all the time in videos. And it's not, we can say that those videos are funded by the label, but you have a choice to participate. And in those videos, the black woman is the one on the pole, but when he's going out and dining someone, she's not black. So we're giving, and that is mental trauma.
What you mean?
I agree with you when you say that black men do degrade black women in that sense. But once again, everybody got choice. Who chose to be on that pole swinging it? Did the black man force them to do it, or did they have the choice?
You know why she's on that pole? Because
Why?
she's trying to send commissary money to her man that's in jail.
Ooh.
Well, then this whole situation's a mess.
Nobody's saying it's not a mess, but the point is
the man in jail. Why don't he say, you know what, babe, don't send me anything?
Well, why don't the woman just not mess with the man in jail?
And how about we just not be divided?
I mean, we could start there.
I'm saying, well, how about we just not be divided?
No, I agree. We can start there.
I'm saying, hold on. We start getting into these.
I have an addition.
Go ahead.
I have an addition to my totem pole.
Can I finish my thought?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
You had a hand raised before you started talking, but go ahead.
Okay, you got it.
No. Go ahead. Finish what you're saying.
I ain't know it was you. My bad. You know, ladies first.
I love how they both are exhibiting both sides right now.
I like you.
This is great.
Go ahead, D. Go ahead.
Well, as I was saying, that black men are the most fetishized, but black women, everybody wants to look like us. They want our lips. They want our butts. They want all our parts because they want to be shaped like us. So physicality-wise, yes, black women are definitely second on the totem pole.
And I think
don't forget the culture, Dr. Jackson.
too, though.
And the culture, yes.
I think that's a form of trauma too, because when it's on me, it's ugly.
Yes, that's another part.
Else, it's the standard of beauty, and
exactly,
and it's artificial on that person.
And
black men will gravitate to that, and it's like, well, what's really going on? I think that's continual.
Gravitate to what?
To the white woman that has the black features,
and not even white. She don't even have to be white.
But hold on, why do features? Can I ask y'all a question? Why do features belong to a certain?
It's a good question.
I have a question. Okay, so I have a rebuttal for that. I have an answer for that.
Yeah, that's scientific.
Are white women known to have big butts and big hips?
Some of them do.
That's what I'm trying to say.
We're not saying some of them don't.
We're not saying, but typically.
No, listen. I'm saying, I grew up in Oviedo, in Chiliota, and in Geneva, and even in some parts of Oviedo, I grew up with white girls who had really nice shapes. Like very, very nice. And I'm not talking about like 1 out of 50. I'm talking about like, 1 out of 3, 1 out of 5. 1 out of 5 was bad. And you couldn't and so I'm saying, why does having big breasts, how does that feature that belong to a certain group? What does having that big butt means that, because you see somebody with a big butt, that means, she got a black booty.
No one says it belongs to anybody.
That's true.
Back in slavery time.
1,000%.
Let's talk about it. Back in slavery time.
I feel that 1,000%. I'm saying that. Just like if somebody's eyes are slanted, you have Asian eyes. How does that? No, wait a minute.
That is so no.
1,000%.
That
where you are geographically,
wow.
Where you are geographically determine your features. A lot of things are survival, are evolution based. So you can say slender noses is a European style nose. You can't say wider noses are a closer African descent nose. Because of where they are geographically. You can give those things.
I agree.
And the makeup of our body over time, just like you say, men are physical, like black men are physically strong. We're physically strong. Well, how can you give that to black men? Because over time,
it's there.
Over time, your DNA supported the need for it, so it continued to manifest that. So yes, you can say that belongs to black men. You can say that, and you can say that with confidence, just like I can say that certain style body types come from black women.
lips.
Right.
Because it was even made into like
That's
comedies
scientific.
from
I had
slavery
all
time.
my children
What I'm
naturally.
try-
I had
what
all
I'm-
of my children, hold on, with no medication. And my midwife said, as a Black woman, because of the way that your hips are, because of the way that your hips are, you have to do certain stretches to get the baby to shift through the birthing canal because of the way that your hips are genetically. So yes, I can claim that.
Yeah, good. So what I'm saying is, even in the midst of you claiming that I can look to other ethnic groups that have the same physicality.
But is that the norm?
Therefore,
Right.
I'm not
The Latin
disagreeing.
community.
I didn't even get to the Latin community.
But Latin is African. The Latin community, a lot of them are African.
They're close to the African, right?
Technically, everyone comes from the African diaspora.
And that's why I
But
said
specifically Latin culture.
Close to,
everybody.
I agree. Everybody came from Africa.
So then that means, in that case, that means nothing belongs to anybody.
But I seen some bad Mexicans that was ready.
If that's the case,
and it's a bunch of them.
But is that the norm?
That's my thing.
Well, just because it's not your norm doesn't mean it's not someone else's norm.
Right, but what I'm saying is
Is that the norm?
Right.
Just because it's not your norm doesn't mean it's not someone else's norm.
Is that the norm in America?
America?
I have some friends who, literally, some friends from Nigeria, some friends from Ethiopia, some friends who come from the continent, who say that they see less of the form of women, of Black women here in America than they do there, where it is the norm. So your norm it is based on where you are. And so is it the norm here in America? Probably not. Is it the norm somewhere else? 100%.
And I'm only talking holistically, like around the world, right? I'm not just talking about here in America, when I'm talking about these different women that look like this. You understand?
Well, as the largest continent that we do have, then geographically around the world, then yes, it is the norm.
And how you gonna base your norm off of somewhere that you aren't?
Oh, I can just base it off of what I've seen and what other people
data.
How many Brazilian people have you seen, like compared to
in
Black
the
people?
past in the past 5 years?
75% of Brazil is African.
Listen, I used to work for a rental car company, Dollar Hertz Thrifty, right? And I worked over there by the theme park, so SeaWorld, Disney, Universal. So when you ask me how many Brazilians I've seen a ton of Brazil.
Brazilians are Black.
I've seen hundreds of thousands of Brazilians because they come by 200 at a time. You see what I'm saying? And I did it for like.
Can we take Brazil out of this? Because 75% of Brazil was African.
But hold on, but she just asked me the Brazilian question. But even if I remove Brazilian, the past 3 years, I done met a bunch of Colombian women. I'm like, what? I'm just like,
and you know what's funny? What's funny about that? You've met a bunch of Colombian women, but most of them get their butt augmentations, their breast augmentations go to Colombia.
That's what I'm talking about.
I have a question though.
Not most of them. That's not true.
Black women. So if you make that
Hispanic, they're going to
if you make that statement, every race gets BBLs, but the Colombians that I'm talking about, they didn't have. There was no. This was no augmentation. This was natural beauty. And
you know that because you were with them from birth.
What I don't like is if somebody else does have these features, you tend to minimize them or try to degrade them and say, well, they got this because of X, Y, and Z, versus saying, you know what, dang, it really could be a group of women that do share these features without being augmentated. So we're
not saying that. We are not that other people have butts, that other people have lips. We already agreed to that. Angelina Jolie is an example of that. We're not saying that other women do not have.
You said that, Brandy.
I didn't say that other women do not have these features.
The realist, let her talk.
that there are other women that have these features. I've said that. But if the features are indicative or prominent on Black women, cheekbones, big lips, wide noses, tan or brown skin, things that other women go to get so that they can have it. And then when it's on us, it's ugly. That's the point of the conversation. When it's on us, it's not attractive. But when it's on other people, it is. It's like
I know Dominicans and I know Colombian and I know Mexican men. I know 3 different men, a bunch of them who will say the same thing about their culture.
I disagree.
I think that it's interesting that we can say, okay, big butts is not for is not Black women, or what we're talking about as a whole. Not everybody on the scale. More Black women have these features than on the scale of more Asian women. I mean, because we keep using Latinos who are African. I think that's interesting that we're using Africans to compare against Africans. But when we say Black men got the biggest thing, it's like everybody's like, yep, that's true. But there's white men that's hung. There's some Hispanic men that got it. But
let's be real.
I never said that was true.
Now you got something to say. When we say Black men got the biggest thing, everybody like, yep, we sure do.
Leroy never said that. Everybody didn't say that. I didn't say that. Don't add me into everybody.
Yeah, I said that.
Y'all ain't the only ones.
Everybody
but everybody always talk about BBC. We don't hear nothing about nothing else. It's always BBC. Everything is BBC. All right, it ain't. You don't hear no BWC. You don't hear no BAC.
I do. And I be seeing BAC too.
You hear BBC. You don't hear none of the other. You don't hear no BWC or BAC. You know what I'm saying?
And you always say one thing. Can I mention
something?
White girl booty.
Big.
Well, I can definitely point that out too.
White men that have BCs. I've heard plenty of them.
I've seen a whole bunch of them.
Because you don't want to hear about it.
I've heard about it.
I've seen them. I'm only worried about what I got.
I've seen a whole bunch of them in the ER. Absolutely. Anyway, I have a question.
I had cut off DJ No Envy. So I apologize.
Who that?
I'm sorry for being late to the party.
He's probably setting up chairs for church. The new one.
Right. You are a prophet, sir. So listen. I think that I call BS and bacon strips on Leroy. I think that he's living on the exception to the rules. Just like I think ST3 just said, everybody, it's called BBC, not BWC. If you for those of us who have looked at porn, if you look up different, watch, Chubb, I'm coming. If you look, it is not a thing that you other races, even the other Africans. I agree with Ashley. Mexican, brown people are brown people. We know that there are shapes that are attributed to Black women. Of course, you'll find a white girl who may be shaped nice. Of course, you'll find a Hispanic, but not per capita.
It's not the norm.
Yeah, not like you would with Black people.
DJ No Envy. What I don't disagree with you when we start talking about in the confines of our own personal environment. But what I'm communicating is I know people within different environments who would say that their women have the same features as well. And I'm not discrediting Black women for having those features.
Have you
right?
Mexican women from Apopka?
Hold on. As if those features determine who they are. You understand what I'm saying? I see women. I see women for who they are, shapes, figures, whatever, big, small, all that stuff in the grand scheme of thing don't matter unless society say it matter. So the real big issue is, hey, society says this matters so much and y'all like this and y'all like that, so we got to do this. And it's like, okay, for some people, but you ain't got to follow that norm. You ain't got to look at it from that construct. That's all I'm saying. Inside of our environment, I don't discredit Black women. I think Black women have great shapes, but I'm a person. I like everything. You feel what I'm saying? So you know, it don't matter to me. I like the beauty of women, period. But that's me.
I'm biased, but I think not only do black women have great shapes, they have great levels of resilience, they have great levels of patience, they have great levels of.
Oh yeah, all that's great too. But we was talking about the body though. That's what you know. So yeah, that's what we was talking about.
It was me who started the conversation about that because I said that they want to look like us, getting tans and getting whatever.
Well, then I mean,
but I have a question. But I have an addition to that because I don't know if you know about the pickaninnies. The pickaninnies back in the day and the mammies that they used to draw because they need to exaggerate and show that that's how Black women were perceived, like the European women who were over here, because that was something that was common for Black women to look like.
Right. So then would you say at that time that white women were above Black women when a lot of like during a certain time where the image was to be like this cosmopolitan woman that they put on the in the magazines and stuff like that, right? Which kind of led to why Ebony and Jet started putting out their magazines, because Black women started to kind of want to shift and look like that particular thing. Would you say? Would you then say because that was a social norm and people wanted, Black people, some Black women wanted to look like that? Would you say that the power dynamic shifted from that?
No,
that was survival. That was all about survival.
And it wasn't even about. I won't even say it was about survival. I think, of course, it was a perceived that this is better than you by a people who had been trodden on for 400 years. Of course, they wanted to assimilate, but that doesn't mean in actuality it was better than. That was that they controlled the standard.
They did control the standard because dark people.
I wasn't asking the question in terms of whether it was better than. I'm saying the one of the things Dr. Jackson said was they want to look like us. So you know what I'm saying? Like we're the.
Oscar needs some mute. Oscar needs some mute.
I got it.
Put some Bluetooth headphones on or something.
I think that no.
So I'm saying with that premise of yours that they want to look like us, I'm saying when you reverse that, because at one time that was the trend, the norm to look like a white woman. Oh, I'm saying
because their husbands were also sleeping with us.
I'm not talking about what the reason why that was. I'm just saying that was a trend at one point in time. Like at one point in time,
think that was
what you mean?
We didn't drive anything. That's the thing, is we didn't drive any of the norms. We didn't own anything.
Listen to what I'm saying. I'm not talking about the reasons why this transpired. I'm saying that this was true, that this actually happened. This was a norm to look like a white woman. For y'all to say no, that's not true. I don't know how we couldn't have been watching the same thing. There has been a shift from previously, if you go to the 80s and early 90s, only until like the late 2000s, where you had to be slim. You had to be slim. Big booties didn't start coming in until the hip hop culture brought that in. And I'm not talking about the beginning of hip hop culture.
Like big butts, and I cannot lie.
Big butts were always a thing. Big butts were always a thing.
Wait a minute, please.
Because they used to wear the bustiers and then have the things, the exaggerated butts.
That's not true as far as Black women wanting to look like white women. I think that what you're doing, what the real is you're comparing a desire to survive or have a more comfortable life.
That's not true.
Wait a minute. Can I say what I want to say?
Okay.
I'm saying that there were Black women who were changing appearance, not because they thought it was better, but it was a form of surviving in an easier way. The difference is, can I finish though?
Yes, ma'am.
The difference is that white women are doing it because they feel it's better. They believe that. I think that the difference is the mental belief in why they're doing it. I think that to say that black butts or big butts came in with the hip hop era, no, because the Hot and Top Venus predates that. And I feel like you're like, that doesn't even make sense to me. The Langston Hughes were I Too Sing America before all of that, saying that my features are what's envied. Even though you're telling me that this is not beautiful, I know that you really like it. That's why you send me in the back to eat. You can't even eat in front of me because you love what you see. So that predates all of that. So to say that
That's his opinion.
Why our body types have always been desired. Our lips have always been desired. It's just not been desired on us.
Because even in the Victorian era, think about it. How were they dressed?
I was in a group with a group of women. I was the only Black person, and they were talking about how they lay on their roof with oil to get sun, and now their skin is so sensitive that they can't do that anymore. And they talked about their lip injections and how it only lasts a certain while. It's like, gosh, man, your lips and all this kind of stuff. And to actually hear them, I already knew it, but to hear it come out of their mouth, how much they desire to look like me, I thought that was so interesting. It's a difference in your mental belief versus you just surviving. That's like somebody like my uncle, when he went to Afghanistan, he wore the covering to fit in so he didn't stand out. Like, it's a part of surviving for us, not
I respect.
Better.
Yeah, I think
also it comes into play when you see a white girl with a big butt, you're like,
it's not just that's.
And then when it comes into effect where you have a white girl with a big butt, you notice that. You notice that, like, oh wow, she has a big butt for a white girl. So if it was the norm, then
it wouldn't be that noticeable.
It wouldn't be noticeable. It wouldn't be something that was brought up. It'd just be, okay, well, yeah, you don't be like, oh, that white girl has big lips. No, you don't be like that black. You see what I'm saying?
Well, I think in obviously in our perception of what we can see, and that stretches as far as to even social media, because even what's on social media isn't everything that's out there. It's what is placed there. And so obviously for us, the norm is Black women features, they're the normal on them, the big butt, the bigger lips, definitely the bigger lips more than I think the big butt thing, because, it varies, you know what I'm saying? You're not going to see a bunch of Black women that have big butts. You're going to see more Black women that got, lips that are more luscious, that are like Dr. Jackson right now, you can see her lips. I don't mean that as an insult, but
throwing bait at me.
Right.
No, that's not what's happening. Ashley wouldn't be happy
exactly
about
that.
But anyways, what I do think is interesting about this, about the other races wanting to look. I don't know who's that whistling like that.
It's Steve.
That was you? Okay. Oh yeah. What I do think is interesting about you're saying that those other groups want to be, like Black women, and then even to Ashley's point about the Langston Hughes poem, what I find interesting is the fact that in mass, now I'm not saying anybody in this group particular, but in mass, you see it more so that Black women don't appreciate their own features to the point where they are trying to look more like like what is acceptable or what society says is acceptable. You can shake your head and say no, but
I just need an example.
Just like we can't speak for Black men, you can't speak for Black women.
Let's practice it.
This is unbelievable to me, because what it sounds like I'm hearing is that Black people Black women don't have anything worth imitating. It sounds like that's what's coming.
No, that's not what I said. No, that's not what I said.
I mean, that's what it sounded like to me.
No, I did not say that.
I'm gonna change it.
I did not say that.
No Ivy, the Captain Saber.
Go ahead, let him finish.
He sounds like a muted horn. I can't hear him.
Get off of your Bluetooth.
Get off your like what's going on?
Like a muted horn.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, thank God.
Praise Jesus.
Okay, say what you don't say now.
It sounds like we're saying that it's unbelievable to believe that other people would want to imitate Black women, like that's in Black women's head, and that they're making that up. And
No, that's not what I said.
I think it's almost exactly what you said. And then
You can't say what you can't do that. You can't say
and then
what
you put icing on the and then you put icing on
what I said.
and then you put
said what I
icing on,
said.
then you put icing on the cake and said not even black women want to be black women.
That's what he said.
That's exactly what you
I
said.
clearly said what I said. Maybe if you're interpreting things differently because it's not processing your head, that's different. But I clearly said what I said.
Whoa.
I think that
processes very well.
I said what I said, clear as day. I'll say it again if you misunderstood what I said.
Black women don't even like black features. That's what you said. You said we don't even like our own.
No. I will say it again. I will say it again. I will say it again if I need to say it again.
All. He said not. He said he did say not all black women. He said,
and I even said it. Not the ones in this group. I'm not saying. I'm saying in mass.
Right.
I'm saying overall.
Yeah.
I say that these features that other races want, most cases aren't appreciated by the people who carry these features.
I think.
I.e. the natural. Let's go where we can see it. The natural hair. The hair. We want. I see it more times than not that black women would rather wear weaves, would rather wear straight hair than their own natural hair. And I'm not saying that to any of y'all. I see Ashley with her locks. Brandy got her natural hair. That's why I said I made it specific and said not anybody in this group, but in mass, we see it all the time. They call it protective hairstyles, but it's like God gave you that hair for a reason.
I think that goes back to the original one of the original comments that I made about how black women overall in society are at the bottom because our black men shape how we feel. Our black men are a big part of if we love something about ourselves or if we don't like it. The reason that a lot of black women or some black women cannot appreciate those features is because when you're told it's ugly so much, you start to believe it. That's what
black men say that?
That's where stereotypes come from.
Do black men say that?
Let me finish. Stereotypes are made up assumptions that people bought into. But when you're saying black men, and I am saying black men do help shape those things.
So black men say that.
Hold on. If you're not appreciating me, but you're doing it, because actions, you might not be verbally saying it, but actions are indication as well of how someone feels. If you can love it on her, but you can't love it on me, that says that you don't like it on me.
No.
Let me say this. Ashley, real quick. Black women have been told that certain things about themselves are not
by black men.
Sir.
By society, period. And
you listening to society and not black men. So there's the problem.
Not by the men in this live. Not by the men in this live.
You're listening to society. I.e., if society is the white man, you're listening to him and not black men. Because I ain't never heard in my perspective
society,
circles.
Society is dictated by white.
And that's why I made sure I put that point out there, Chef. That's why I made sure I said that, Chef. But in my circles of black men, I've never heard a black man say, "This is how we want our black women to look like that." And contrary, we want y'all to look the way y'all came. Your natural hair. Natural beauty, because it is beautiful. You don't need to do all that extra shit. You don't need to do all that extra stuff.
You hear a lot of black men talk about you can say what you want to say. I'm speaking from my perspective, from my life. You can't tell me what I've heard. You hear a lot of black men.
But he can tell you what we say.
Right.
But you can't speak for all black men.
Each other is not what you say to us.
Well, there's four black men in here. There's 4 black men in here.
Which means you can't also speak for all black women.
Not the men in the room.
Even
but you can't speak for all black women. But you can't speak for all black women.
I'm not speaking for all black women. I'm speaking for me. I'm not.
But he's speaking from him.
Okay, and I'm saying that's his experience. I'm saying to what he said was how he said black women don't appreciate their own features. I'm saying because it's often told to us that they're not the best. Hold on, please. I don't buy into the hype. I'm not changing who I am. As you can see, I'm natural, like you already pointed out. I don't buy into the hype, but I'm speaking for a lot of other black women who are doing it. I'm in the circle, and that is the narrative.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I thought you were finished.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, I think to ST3's, even though I just disagree with him about something else, I do think to his point that there are certain things that Black women do that Black men are not concerned about. And I'll give a prime example. I've never been with my homeboys, and when we're talking about how fine a girl is or how pretty she is or what we like about her, I've never been with any of them and they said anything about her eyelashes. This eyelash trend is 100% woman against woman.
I really hate
women
him. Can you mute him?
Take them damn eyelashes off, please.
Can you mute him?
Because women think that, I don't even know if women think that men like it. I think they do it because other women are doing it because men don't care.
We don't like that.
Terrified of those.
That part we don't like, especially when they start coming off. No
man likes that. But it's a major thing. It's a major thing that women do for women. They do it to compete with other women. They don't do it for men.
I agree. I agree with that, DJ. I agree with that.
I think that furthers what I said, that Black men can shape the look of a woman. I think if that, hold on, please. I think if those same Black men, ST3 and DJ No Envy, said, girl, I don't like those. If enough Black men said, I don't like them, they would stop wearing them. But
no, they wouldn't.
Y'all are dating them. Y'all
how many Black men like them for them to start wearing them?
Nobody ever did. Nobody said to wear them eyelashes. Nobody said to put them straight hair on. Nobody told y'all to do what they doing. Nobody said that. What started it?
Because the Indian, I'm saying Indian in the real sense, Indian, like from India, their long lashes. They're like, oh, those are nice. When you hear certain things like that, it's like, oh yeah, I like that too. Like, I mean, that's the thing. Who cares who started it? I mean, it's something you saw and or a woman saw and she's like, okay, yeah, I like that.
But then if Black men say we don't like it, how are we
hearing somebody say, oh, I like long lashes. Your lashes are so beautiful. They're so long. Hearing that over and over and over also.
Who said that?
A Black man said that?
A Black man said that?
Well, so I think the issue is the acknowledgement. I think the issue is, well, Brandy, okay. I think the issue is the acknowledgement of something. I can't with the sound effects of somebody putting their clothes away, but I think the issue.
Stop the Jackson.
I'm sorry.
House chores on live.
I was like, what is going on?
She's doing everything right now.
I hear it. She braiding hair. She cooking. She putting stuff in the closet.
That girl's Jamaican. She got 5 jobs.
I'm sorry. My kids start school tomorrow.
Hello. My bad. Happy first day of school. But I think the issue is
she got the whole package.
But here's stop it, the realist. I think the issue is you hear something as an acknowledgement and you hold it to be truth, and that is. In the moment, it is, oh, I am acknowledging something in this moment, but that doesn't necessarily mean it rings truth 100% for me. It is, if it looks nice, it looks nice, but that may not be preference. And so I think that is what's the gap in the communication here that's happening. I have no fight in this battle. I'm just listening, but what I'm hearing is I do hear ST3 and I do hear DJ saying that I didn't say that was my preference, and I didn't say that is something that is an absolute must for me. But what I'm hearing Ashley and Brandon saying is that it has been acknowledged and has been said that these things are nice.
In the words of Kanye West, and when he gets on,
who is not real.
Oh my!
That's who the lady on the plane was talking about. That's who the lady on the plane was talking.
So,
this is not real. He's not real.
I'm just saying, your actions determine a lot too.
No.
And to that point, that's completely unrelated one, and for completely different reasons too.
No, that is related.
No, if you want to go to that Kanye point, that's for a completely different reason. That has nothing to do.
Y'all bring the Bible up on him.
That has nothing to do with how she looks. As to why that happens. That has nothing to do with why she looks. That had nothing. That has everything to do with nothing with how she
attitude.
Okay. Oh, most definitely.
You're kidding.
I think that the word envy as a black man.
Black women are at the bottom, and it's because our black men are helping us to stay there.
Ash, you got to come up. You sound Ash, you sound low. You got to come up, son. Come on up.
Because it is depressing. It is saddening. It does sadden me. It 1000% that this is our reality. Okay, you don't even like who you are, and it's like, get out of here. How about you exalt the black woman and do your best to champion her and make her feel like she's somebody?
And I
feel like every aspect. And you talking about because our attitudes. I mean, come on, man. We can't even have any emotion because now we black girl and we angry, the angry black woman. But we have to sit there and coddle y'all behind.
How does someone exalt a black woman, Ash?
How do we do that?
Hold on, this is a prime example of how we are still we're kept low, because instead of acknowledging that there's 3 black women on this thing, and instead of acknowledging what we're saying, you guys are too busy talking about no. Maybe what we're saying has some merit. Maybe what we're saying is our experiences, but no, we can't have those because your boy say this and your other friends say this.
Chef really wants to hear what you guys are saying,
your body
but the way he's
body.
looking, I think he's hearing you guys in Mandarin or something.
Well, because I think it's counterintuitive, and I also think it's hypocritical. Because in the beginning of this conversation, we were talking about black men experiences around envy, and then there were 3. You named the number, Brandy. There were 3 black women who said that's not true. And then it couldn't have been true. It couldn't have, in that moment, it wasn't true for the black men who said that there was no envy towards black women. And then what it sounds like is if
I never
what
said
it and I will also like to point out that no one put black women on the lowest of the totem pole. Well, that's not true. Yeah. No one other than Chev and the 3 black women put black women on the lowest of the totem pole of the societal norms than the other 3 black women and Chev on this call. No, he did not. He said black men, black women, and then all the other groups.
No, societally. He didn't say societally. He said
no.
He said societally.
No.
You're saying no.
Yes, I am saying no.
And Chef don't really agree with me on most things. So like,
are you seriously about to say that when you said societally, not personally?
I said how society views it. I said how society views it.
And then he said, as he personally says,
I said, as I personally see it, and I made that clear. I choose y'all. Listen, hear me out. And Ashley pointed it out. Hear me out. Ashley pointed this out last week. Ashley pointed this out last week. I'm very calculated with what I say. I think about what I say before I say it. So for the fact that you guys are just putting all these words in my mouth, that's very disrespectful. First and foremost,
you're not listening. I think
I listen intently. I listen intently.
Hold on 1 second. Listen,
and I respond to everything that I hear.
Hey, ST3.
Hold on, wait a minute. She asked you based on society, how did you rank it? And you said
what society sees it. Yeah.
You're not listening. That's what I'm telling you. Let me finish. She said, in society, how do you rank it? And you said, based on what society sees, black women are at the bottom. But you said, personally, you don't believe that. So y'all are so quick to talk. She's talking about.
Yeah, Ashley.
Because she's asking about society.
Right.
She's not saying about personal.
Yes, you're. First of all, I don't know. Okay.
Because y'all are not listening.
We are listening,
and you're listening to respond, not to understand.
Ashley, but then
you said
does it make it right to do the same thing right back?
No. He said.
Can we let Ashley finish? Can we just let Ashley finish?
She finished.
He really did it.
You went off camera. I didn't know.
But I'm done now. Y'all got it. Y'all got it. Y'all
okay.
Forever in a day.
Then fine. Let us do that.
So the fact of the matter is, you said societally, Chev, and societally, ST3 put black women at the bottom. And if you want to go back and watch the episode, it will be on Facebook.
I agree. Yes, he said that.
Chef said that. No, Chef
I said that.
Yeah, Chef said that everybody on there, the 3 women and himself, was the
And
only
myself.
one who didn't put black women at the bottom of the totem pole. That's what he said.
Correct.
That's not true.
Oh, I thought you were
put 'em at the
gone.
bottom. That's what I'm saying. I put us at the bottom.
You were gone. What I'm saying
yeah.
in ST3's
You did put him at the bottom.
in ST3's defense, what I was saying was I did not appreciate and I did not like folks coming after ST3 for assuming that he said black women were at the bottom for this and how y'all were approaching this situation based off his examples. He actually said something different for him personally. So what you're doing is you're crucifying him and persecuting him for something he said around societal, that he explained as societal norms versus what he was saying personally. And so you're trying to associate the societal norms to ST3.
No, we're not.
Versus, let me finish. Like, right? Like, let me finish my statement.
No, we're
Let
not.
me finish.
No, we're not. No, we're not.
See?
No,
And that's the hypocritical thing. And that's
No,
the
but that's
hypocritical
what
thing
we're
I was
not.
talking about. You're being hypocritical and
But
you're
I
being
am
ignorant.
intentionally.
Yeah,
Intentionally.
and it's hypocritical and it's ignorant. It's fine. That's fine.
Intentionally. And unfortunately, you didn't do it intentionally. That's just how you are.
See, you're intentionally, but you're also intentionally trying to be rude.
Let me go ahead and point something out. Let me go ahead and point something out.
You're
And
not
this,
listening.
let me go ahead and point something out real quick. This right here, this interaction is the reason why black women feel like we do not champion
no, this is
black. This is because this is a prime 100% example of why. Because when we try to correct you when things that actually or facts is no. Let me finish. Shut up. And no, you railroad us every single time. Wow. There's no talking.
Why did you say Chuck?
There's no civil discourse between black men and black women.
I say something.
It's impossible to communicate with you.
I think
it's like you don't understand our point.
I think that ST3. I think the ST3's really expensive mic. It seems like you're yelling at these ladies. Stop that. I think that
I'm not. Maybe the mic level is a little high.
It seems like you're yelling, and I think that I think I'm saddened, and I'll tell you why. Whether we agree with it or not, looking at Ashley and Brandy, this is a reality for them. And maybe like Chef said, maybe it's not a personal thing. But if it's not a personal thing, I think that we can't keep ignoring it, because if we all agree it is a societal thing, even though we're not here, I think we should just pause and acknowledge their feelings, because that's real.
Correct, DJ, which I did at the very beginning when I agreed that black women are not seen in societal norms as any layer of the totem pole other than the bottom. And I gave examples of that, actually. And if there is one other person who is a black man on this call that champions black women more than most black women at least champions themselves, it's me. But what I did not appreciate was that there was what I felt, what I personal, not societal, personally felt was an attack on what ST3 was saying around the societal feelings of black women versus the personal feelings. And that is where the two did not coincide.
Right. And
I think had I been allowed to finish my sentence, because when I was asking him those questions of how he ranked, I said several times, I don't believe you think that we're at the bottom. That's why I'm asking to get understanding. I said that several times, but y'all kept talking and telling me that, and I do take offense, Chef, to you saying we are crucifying him and judging him on how he ranked. I do not. I asked him.
I said persecuting, but yeah, that's fine.
Thank you for that. I was asking him his opinion as far as what he felt, because I said, I know, based on all of these other lives, I know this black man really does not believe we're at the bottom. So I wanted to get an understanding, because I knew I was hearing it wrong. So if me getting understanding is persecuting somebody, I think that that's interesting.
I don't think it's you gaining understanding for persecuting someone. I think it's you using the same tactic of interrupting someone that you would want the same thing, that you wouldn't want the same thing done to you. And in that example that you just gave, I didn't speak up one time. I didn't give one example, and I did not cut you off. And so I was on mute, and I put in the chat, my iPad is about to die. But I had to plug it in just so I can just continue to hear what was going on in this conversation. So I don't disagree that you were getting cut off. And perhaps if you were able to finish what you were saying, that there would have been a different outcome. However, from what I heard that I did not speak into and that I did not interrupt, it was going a different route. And so, again, I want to make the stance of the personal versus the societal that was stated. And I agree that and I agree to your original statement. There is an envy in Black men to Black women, that there was a statement made. There is an envy of Black men to Black women based on how they are seen, and this based on in general, right? But and if you were offended by what I said in my choice of words, my apologies. However, in the moment that I said those words, I absolutely meant them. I do feel like that there was an attack happening.
Well, I'm going to say something.
I think the funny part is that you're saying ST3. I'm talking about you. You're the one who was interrupting me. If you go back to the clip, you're the one who kept like that was you. I wasn't even talking to him. So the fact that you're perceiving my talking to him, I wasn't even talking. I'm talking to you, Chef. And I feel like you're saying like, so I'm just in a whole thing. I'm not even talking to ST3 because I really don't believe ST3 feels like we're at the bottom. And I just to clarify how I feel, I've never said Black men were envious of Black women. I never said that.
You did, right? Brandy did.
Right. So let's go back. Let's rewind.
We don't need to go back. I was talking. No, we don't, Ashley. I think what you're doing right now is you're trying to. If we want to go there, what you're trying to do is you're trying to make a point in making it seem like you were right in a certain moment, and what you're doing is a defensive moment. You're standing in defense, which is fine with me, right? We do this and we go back and forth in it. And you may not have been talking about the moment with the ST3, but the reason I chimed in was because of the moment of ST3. So that's why I chimed in. So if we want to go back there.
Yeah, that's I'll say something that's probably going to be controversial. You know,
please.
I know that you said please don't.
Please go ahead.
Oh, well, if you ask me, I know the top.
Hold on, before you say, let me clarify something. I never put Black women at the bottom of nothing, and I didn't not acknowledge Black.
You weren't even on camera. Go back off.
Black women. You're right.
If you ask me personally, and I know the topic is do Black men envy Black women? I think it's the other way around. I think it's the other way around. I think that Black women envy Black men to the point where they want to be in our position so bad, but you can't be in our position. The man is supposed to be ahead, but the Black woman wants to be in the position of a Black man so bad that instead of having civil discourse, knowing, hey, number one, a woman should know her place. She don't even realize her place when it's coming to talking to a man.
Hey, ST3.
You are insane.
Right,
yeah, I take back all my statements.
That's not insane, but go ahead.
Go ahead.
Do you hit them before or after dinner?
Do I what?
Hold on, I'm sorry. Stop. No joke.
I can't hear you because Brandy's talking over you.
I sure am. I sure the heck am.
Look at that.
That's what I'm gonna do.
Right. You see?
If you want to talk about Black
you guys
women,
are proving my point.
Black men, if you want to feel like Black women want to be in the place of Black men, it's actually white women that want to be in the place of men, because it results from the feminist movement, which Black women were not even trying to be a part of.
Second of all, Black women have to be in certain positions because we don't have men in those positions for us. And in the time in which we have those men in those positions, then we have no problem stepping back and letting y'all do what y'all do. But y'all too busy out here. I'm sorry, what?
I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
Obviously, because that's what you just said, which is why I'm just.
I don't believe it because it's the truth. It is the absolute truth.
You just said
It's the absolute truth.
No, you're absolute truth. You think you have the absolute truth, and that's what your problem is. That's toxic masculinity. Since you want to throw toxic femininity out there at Ashley, okay?
Look at this.
Your truth is not absolute. I mean, and to say that Black women don't know their place, to say Black women don't know their place, that's an insult and that's disrespectful. That is terribly disrespectful.
I think the fact that you're saying ST3 that somebody disagreeing with you and having a strong way of presenting it is proving your point. I think your comment proved my point that Black men don't help us elevate. You have such a negative outlook on us already. You just come in the door with a negative outlook on us. We don't know our place. We're bitter. We want to take your place. Like you just already have something negative against us. That proves my point. We are at the bottom, and a part of it is because you put us there. And I'm talking to you specifically. People like you, Black men like you.
Your way.
And that's why we're angry. That's why we have a way of presenting ourselves when we're confronted with our enemy. Because that's what you are to me. You're not helping me. You're not building me up. You think that you are, but if you feel like I want your place, Black man, I don't. I want you to succeed. I want you to be the best that you can be. I pray for every Black man I see on the side of the road because I know that you have a hard struggle. But the difference is when you see a Black woman on the side of the road, you put her down. You're not praying for us. You're not uplifting us. You're not sending us positive vibes. I think that's crazy. And that proves my point. So no, we're not going to get anywhere because you already have.
For you to say that and not even know me is then that's.
I hear what you're saying, sir.
Yeah, it's based off what you're saying, dog. I ain't even go. You know that, yeah.
And I'm saying that based off this interaction that we're having.
No, but what you saying
that's where that's coming from.
What I'm saying is you saying we can't have civil discord as if we haven't had conversations that where it has been civil discord.
Right. And then everyone.
You also made very generalized statements about Black women not knowing their place. You made very, very generalized statements about Black women not knowing their place. In my relationship, I'm very submissive.
Week about that.
In my relationship, I consider myself very submissive, and I financially probably make more than my boyfriend.
So financially very dumb. Hello.
But did I specifically point out anybody, or are we talking?
No, but you said a general statement that Black women don't know their place. I know a lot of Black women who do know their place and who are very submissive to their husbands. Very submissive.
To say even know your place, like what
is
that?
Like know your place.
But you did point to the fact that you said you was using the panel as an example to prove your point. So you did speak specifically to the people on the panel when you made that statement. I'm speaking. He's like, all I gotta do is look at this conversation right here. Here's a perfect example. So you did do that, and I think when we say how a woman should talk to a man. I really do believe that, people are people. People going to talk to people based off of how they were raised, based off of their culture, based off of their environment. Like when I hear Brandy and Ashley, respond, to me, that's normal because I grew up around them, right? Like that's how our family dynamic communicates with each other, right? So I don't see it as like this strong aggression, toxic femininity thing. I just see it as, oh shoot, you know what I'm saying? This is who they are as people. This is how we was raised. This how, you know what I'm saying? But other people, don't respond the way they respond. But that don't mean because they were raised different that they're spewing toxic femininity. So I think that was a reach. And I feel like this, a woman can talk to a man. I think there's a level of respect to how you talk to anybody, right? I don't think respect has what they call a gender preference, right? I think, at the end of the day, we should talk to each other with respect. Both people get loud. I've snapped that women before, just like women have snapped at me. So it's run both ways before, depending on the moment and stuff like that. So to make a generalized statement as if men don't do the same thing, when we actually do talk to women a lot of times like they do. We do. We talk to women like, you know what I'm saying, like they do. So, you know, when you speak on that, you always got to try to bring that context in it to make sure that when you say it, like it's backed up with some type of substantial evidence. Because now it just sounds like you just, you know, it's more you following a trend of what like a lot of these podcast people be doing, the Kevin Samuels joint. And I'm not saying that some of that stuff ain't true, but what I'm saying is in this instance, it doesn't equal out to Dee's moment with these general women.
And I agree to that.
You're
And
muted,
if
DJ.
Did you give the definition of envy tonight, Brandy, before I got on?
She
So
did not, and I
so what?
love it because it was a very innate and really real and experiential type of definition that every single person went off of based on their own realities.
Right. So I think when you think about what the word envy means, I think it's hard to say that Black men have a strong resentment and longing for the qualities of a Black woman. But I think it's equally as difficult to say that about Black women. I think in my experience, and just to give it briefly, my mom was one of 9 girls, no boys. So I had a family of 9 girls. So I think I'm pretty well versed in women. I don't think any of my aunts wanted the place of a Black man. I think what I saw more often than not, them fighting the urge to go out front, hoping that if they had a husband that wasn't, that he would. I think Black women are looking for relief in Black men. I think they're looking for relief. And one thing that a good friend of mine taught me, she said, I don't care how strong I am, how much money I make, how successful I am, how well I parent. You forget that at the root of me, I'm a delicate woman. And I think in this society and culture in which we live, Black men have lost that. And I don't know if it's envy, but I think it may be contentment or maybe just not knowing how to deal with it. The stronger the Black woman gets, we fumble with how to deal with them because of our insecurities. Because just because they're stronger and they're making more, that doesn't mean that I have an easier job as a Black man. And sometimes because my job is not as easy, her success, because in our mind, we think they have it easy. Because how often do you hear of, you may have heard of Black women being arrested falsely or shot, or slammed every now and then. But a Black man, he's always on the edge about so much that he can't take the fact that she's thriving, and he feels like I need her to do more for me. I don't know if that's envy. I don't know what that word is I'm looking for, but I do believe that Black women want to be protected. But I think it's hard for us to protect a Black woman who is as smart or smarter, as wealthy or wealthier, or who has options because of our own insecurities.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Gerard, I think to the men who believe that might be true, but I know a bunch of men, you know, whose wives, Black wives, make more to them, and they're not insecure about it at all, right? So I think, you know, I do agree with you that, you know, as Ashley pointed out earlier, that we do shape the way we can have an impact on Black women, and I do believe that Black women do look to Black men to, you know, encourage them and uplift them and just show them that support. But, you know, I guess the follow-up question to that would be to the women on the panel: what does that practically look like for you guys?
I think I display all the time when it comes to Leroy, DJ No Envy, my dad. It's no secret that I am, for the most part, a single mother. I'm not with their father anymore. So for me, it's verbally encouraging me. I call Leroy, I called DJ Envy this morning, feeling down, feeling like, okay, I need you to pep me up. I need some encouragement that I can do this. I think telling me that I can do it for me is enough. Like saying, you know what, you're not in this alone is enough. I think that a lot of Black women feel like they are alone in a lot of things. I am here to raise this child alone. I am the sole provider. I am alone. And then you have when that feeling comes out strong verbally, then you're told, see, and now you don't know your place. You know, it's like, come on, man, I'm already feeling a certain type of way. I think, like he said, at the end of the day, I am a woman. We talked about fear and how that's a natural response, a chemical makeup. You know, that's something innate and learned. I'm a woman. That's something innate in me. There's a soft spot in me that I need, and I am. I'm telling you, when I get to heaven, that's gonna be something that I talk to God about. I need the love of a man. I need the support of a man. As a woman, and I've said this before, a woman will leave the house of her mother and father in comfortable living to go with a man who's beating her and even selling her because he's able to tap into that part that she needs from somebody who's not a family member. So to me, it looks like being supportive and saying, you know what, you can do this, being verbally there, having my back, you know, whatever. I for me, my love language is verbal. So if you can just tell me, Ashley, you're a good mom, you got this, and I can run on for a good 3 months off of that.
Can I ask a follow-up question to that, Ashley?
Answer that question.
I think it's different for everyone.
But just a follow-up question to that, Ashley, does that mean explicitly said in that particular way? As an example, not to just get a rabbit hole to this particular example, but I've told you, I want you to raise my children because of the way you raised yours. And I've tried to sell my twins to you as a heads up. So, but I'm just like, I literally.
We do not condone selling children on this podcast.
Yeah, I do. And actually, you're right. I won't sell them. I'll give them away for free. But what I meant, but like the honest, but that's the honest question is, do you hear that differently? So do you hear differently, oh, I want you to raise my children based off the way you're raising your girls versus you're a great mother?
I do hear them differently, but I recognize your sentiment when you say it. So for instance, you said to me, I really like their personalities. To me, that said you're a good mother. So I think the way I remember Uncle Nuki said to me, you're a great mother. Like he said those exact words that hit different for me. I think it hits differently how it's said, but I think Black women need to be highlighted where we're strong, where we have good things. Stop always telling me my negatives, but tell me my positives.
And
just like Black men want to be.
Can I answer that question? Okay.
Sorry, I'm done.
I think what it looks like to me is the same thing it looks like for men. If I say something, don't invalidate my feelings. Don't invalidate my position. Don't make me feel like what I'm feeling is not right because you don't agree with how I feel. That may you make me feel like I'm less than and that I have no value. And what I'm feeling is just, oh well, that's life, suck it up. So validate how I feel. You don't have to agree with it, but acknowledge it. And also encouraging me to stay in my femininity, to stay in my natural, however you phrase that. Those two things are important. Telling me, and again, that it actually did piss me off, telling me that I don't know my place. Like, what? We was just on the last freaking live talking about we don't want to be in that position. We want someone to lead. And now it's like, oh, you don't know your place. Like, what? So that's what it like to me.
Can I say something?
Is that what you want to do right now? No, I'm just joking. Go ahead. I'm joking. Go ahead.
No. I did this on purpose. I stayed quiet because I wanted to actually listen to you, ladies. You know, because I don't want you to paint this picture that I'm just some kind of, like last week Ashley said, I'm just some super whatever word she said, super masculine or
Hyper masculine.
hyper masculine. Yeah,
Right. And wasn't even listening in. Jesus.
Oh my goodness, stop it. But first and foremost, I want to apologize to the women on this panel, because what I said was not intentionally to disrespect any of you. I don't know you all like that to be disrespecting you. And so if you took it as me disrespecting and putting and telling you discounting how you feel, then I want to publicly apologize to you, because that's not my intention here. I'm not going to take back what I said as far as the flip side, because I said what I said. I think that's true to what I believe, but there's better ways to communicate. I shouldn't have said, "Oh, you don't know your place." There's a different way I could have said that as well. But I will still stand by my point and we're talking more generalization of how I feel and what I believe and what I've seen and what I've witnessed, and that still remains the truth. But I understand that, and I said this last week, that us as men, we're not doing a good job of being men, and that's me. And part of being a man is realizing when you're not doing a good job and stepping up and doing a better job. So I hear you. I've heard what you said. There are ways to be a more supportive man, especially to Black women, because at the end of the day, that's number one for me, Black women. And whatever I got to do to make it work with a Black woman, that's what I prefer to be with. I prefer, at the end of the day, who I'm going to be with is a Black woman. I don't want you all talking about I'm going to get on and leave you for a white woman, because truth be told, they won't understand. No matter how much of friction is going to be between us to try to understand each other, what is true is they're not going to understand me like you all understand me. That's just the truth. Black women understand Black men as much as there is friction between us. And I think the reason that is because of we allow too much of what's going on outside of our own communities, our own relationships to get involved. And so now we're fighting against what people are telling us to do and how they're telling us to behave and how they're telling us to move. Whereas to where you all want us to move and to how we want us to move, rather than just cutting off all the chaff and let's focus in A to B, and I agree with Dr. Jackson when she said there are, and that's why I made it a general statement, not so much of a pointing it at you, where she said her and her man are in good standing. I see it countless relationships where it does work. I'm not saying it from that it does not work. And that was just a general statement, but that was not meant to offend any of you ladies. But I think to go forward, because that I like problem solving at the end of the day. What happened. Now to move forward, I think what needs to happen between the Black man and the Black woman is stop taking the opinions of people who are outside of us, because they don't understand our struggles. They don't understand what we have to deal with every single day. Stop taking those opinions, and I mean that from all accounts, physical look to the behavior to the way we raise our children and all that in between. Let's cut all of that and just focus A to B. And I think what will start to happen is we'll start having more of an understanding between each other.
Yeah, I really think to me, the reason why we attack each other, reason why I feel like Black men say things about Black women now so much is because for so long, the onus has been there's been so much negativity on the Black man itself coming from Black women that, saying now that Black men are starting to speak out, they are, saying these things. I'm not saying they haven't projected these things previously in the past in terms of other people's personal relationships and stuff like that. But I do recall a time when, as I was growing up, where the main focus was on how Black men aren't anything. Not that Black women ain't anything, but the Black man itself, he isn't anything. He doesn't care about his people. He doesn't care about his woman. He's just good for nothing, guy who just goes around and just makes a lot of women single fathers. Single mothers. They're not good fathers. They're horrible. And for a long time, this happened from as I can remember from, I can say from 89 up until, recently, I guess I'll say about 2010, where, social media got popular and then people started spewing their opinions. And then, then men started speaking out about how they actually been, how they feel about women themselves. So I think, starting out that there needs to be a type of healing from within the community, to where, men can forgive Black women for the years where they've been told that, and women can do the same thing for Black men for, the years that they've been told that. But we first have to acknowledge that we have done this to each other. In order for us to rectify the situation, we really have to acknowledge that pain that we've done to each other, right? And then find constructive ways on how to move forward.
And to add to that, Realist, I think what we need to do as well, when other people are doing it, we need to call them out on it, because I've had that happen countless times with my own parents, where, my mother would say something about my father, and I believed it until I actually went and talked to him, and he's like, "No, this is what it is," and he showed me facts of what it is. And so now it's like, all right, one side saying one thing and one side saying the other. And then now what I've done is, okay, I listened to both of y'all side and I made my own decision. You know what? I love both of you because you're both my parents at the end of the day. Mom, you're this, dad, you're that. You both got your faults. You both got your strengths. It didn't work out between you two, but that doesn't make me hate you. And that'll make me hate either one of you, and I've come to that acceptance of that. But I think calling it out, anytime I'm with my mother, she has something slick to say, like, hey, stop that. Don't do that around me. Let's not perpetuate that negative energy. Let's stop that right now, because I am in communication with my father. And for what I can see, versus what you're telling me, is two different things. Whatever feelings you have towards him is your feelings towards him at the end of the day, but you can't try to sway me to feel that way as well. And I think that happens a lot within our community, where other people will come in and try to sway our perception of the other party. And to the Realist point, the whole situation of Black men, you got situations where it is like that, where it's like, oh, he ain't this, he ain't that, he this and that and whatever, he just up and whatever, right? And then you get to a point where you do communicate with the other party when you finally have a chance, and then you hear their side. It goes back to there's the your side, their side, and the truth, and so the truth is what you conclude between both sides at the end of the day. And so I agree. I think that it is something that, that I think that is innate in us. And I think that men now, since we've gotten like more empowered over the last 10, 20 years, that we have been speaking out about it. And right. it may not always be positive, but I think it's time to just move forward and figure out how can we come to the table and decide, all right, how are we going to deal with each other? Because, we hear it all the time. We all we got. And that's the truth,
I think just from this conversation, the question was, does Black men envy Black women? Then it was turned that Black women envy Black men. I would say, speaking for myself, I would say this Black woman, if I was to envy anybody, it would be white women and the place that they can actually be a woman. I have to go against my nature of being a woman, and that presents itself as a whole different beast, because I want to relax. I want to be soft. I want to have a soft place to land. I want to be taken care of. I want to be seen as delicate, because I am delicate. So if I envy anybody, I think that would be who I envy, because she's looked at as a woman. She's treated as a woman. You run to put your shirt down for her so she can walk over the puddles. So, I mean, Black women, we want to be soft. We want a soft place to land. We want to be seen as women. We don't want to raise our voice. We don't want to be strong all the time. We don't want to have to be the defender, the protector, the provider, the priest of our house. We want a Black man to do that. Believe me, we do. So when it comes off as we're angry, we're emotional, we're whatever, is because we're constantly asked to go against our nature of being a woman to be something that we are not. And it's stressful. It's hard to navigate mentally. It's hard to navigate emotionally. It is difficult. And at the end of the day, and I said it from the beginning, we are at the bottom, and it's always difficult to be at the bottom, especially when we look so high up to our men, our black men. And it's like, y'all, it's no hand reaching down to pull me up as a woman. So I'm gonna end with that, and I'm gonna listen hopefully for the rest of it, however long this lasts.
And it's
Well,
also,
so Ash, when you say we, are you saying that black women as a whole do this? Because and the reason why I'm saying that, I'm not saying that that's not true, right? I like, as I listen to a lot of men that I know that you know, they are dating black women and stuff like that, they don't get that from them, right? So I think
They don't get
what
Yeah.
you're saying, like I'm looking for you to do this, I want you to do that, I'm looking for so they don't get those that type of nature that you are specifically talking about. And I'm not saying that they don't have a desire for it, right? But what I'm saying is, when you with somebody and you have opportunity to do that, and yet and still what these men are experiencing is the opposite of that, then how do you combat that,
I
right?
think
Because I
that some
when
people
I hear
aren't
you
able
speak,
to.
when I
I'm
hear you speak, because I know you and stuff like that. As I always tell you, I can't really name 5 other women that's like you, and I know a lot of women. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not saying that black women aren't like that. I'm just saying you kind of is like the exception.
I think that it's hard. I'm very introspective. I like to think about myself and why I got here, and be honest with myself. I think a lot of people, or some people, cannot articulate their feelings. They
Mm-hmm.
know I feel a certain type of way, but I can't articulate why I feel this way.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like it presents in a way of anger. It presents in a way of defensive, being defensive, but it's still, at the end of it, is her cry to be helped and to be treated in her nature. No
Right.
matter if she can verbalize it or not, just like a baby, he or she can't tell you why they're crying, but I know something is wrong. Instead of saying you have a problem and you need to figure it out on your own, it's my job to either figure it out or help you come to a conclusion of it. And I feel like just our nature is not to be what is presented as black women. This is not, we can look and say this is not natural. So something is going on. Something is happening here. Just because she can't tell me what it is, something is happening. And I feel like, as a woman who's raising 4 children, and I say this all the time, and I'm gonna say it till y'all bury me. After I'm dead and gone, y'all are gonna say it for me. I seek out men, Chubb, the realist. I seek out those people to validate them, to encourage them, to begin to give them a softer, to allow them to be who they should be. Because I understand that even within me, even though I can articulate my position, I understand that there's a level of resentment that I could pass down to them. There's a level of frustration I could give them, even though I don't want to. So my job is to try to combat and try to deal with it before it becomes a problem. So I think that any woman, and I'm not speaking for all black women out there, but I want to say that I am. We want to be women. We want to feel loved. We want to be soft. We want to be taken seriously. We want to be heard. And if people keep saying women nag, they say over and over. We're gonna say it till we feel like you heard it. So when
Yep.
you give it back to me and you repeat it or whatever, and I feel like you heard me, it's dead now. But until I feel like it's dealt with, it's going to keep happening. Not me per se. I'm speaking like just for women. But yeah, in general, thank you. But I feel like it's still hopefully my children be able to articulate, but if they don't, I'm hoping that there's a man that will say, you know what, she's a woman. At the end of it, I don't care what it is, she's a woman. She's soft.
So I have a
Brandy,
question.
can I say one thing?
So you saying? So you saying?
Really quick.
I just want to make sure I understood what Ashley said.
But I got to go to bed, so I just.
Oh, shoot, my bad, Chuck.
I got to say something real quick. I appreciate the feedback here, and the other thing I want to say is, as a direct advocate for Black women, because I agree with everything you're saying, Ashley, right? And I have agreed at the beginning of how Black women are treated since the beginning of this conversation, right? But if folks want to put their money where their mouth is, there is a rally happening tomorrow or now today in Orlando that is putting Black women at the forefront and the center of the egregious things that happen in the community to Black women, particularly what has happened over the last 24 hours in this state and with the leadership in the state. So if folks really believe that Black women need more of that support and need more of that voice and need more of that community, then come on out and make sure that you support Black women who are in leadership at the core of what they do. So I just want to say that I'll be there.
State today, Chuck.
Let's just say that the only Black woman who is the state attorney of the state of Florida has been removed from office and has been suspended because of misinformation. And it's because of her power and people feeling intimidated by the power that she has and the intelligence that she wields with that power. So it goes to a lot of things that Ashley has said. I will be a speaker that night or tomorrow to speak on this as well. So
who's the photographer? That's the question.
Say it again.
Who's the photographer? That's the question.
Who? I'm a speaker. I'm not the logistics, but I will put in a good word. But I know you can still come on out with your camera, and that might open up more opportunities than not. So if this conversation hits and you want to support Black women at the core of what has been heard in this conversation, then come out to the community, this City Hall in Orlando. Again, put your money where your mouth is. Walk the walk.
Everything Ashley said, and it's to the point where I am exhausted. Like I'm just exhausted. I feel like defeated, like it's just a losing battle. And it's like, I don't know why there's a freaking battle. Like it's I agree with everything she said. I want to feel soft. I don't want to be, like you refer to me as dominant, Stelson. And I'm like, I don't want to be dominant. And maybe I took it the wrong way. But I'm like,
you did take it the wrong way.
And I'm like, oh, well, okay. Well, in the way that I took it, I don't want to be dominant in that way. Okay. Maybe not in the way you phrased it, but in the way I took it, I don't want to be.
I have a question then.
I think the thing is, I don't think.
Hold up, Leroy. You can't just pop on here and start talking, man.
My bad.
I thought it was just us. I thought it was just the three of us. Just a minute, but,
Me too, actually.
But no, I there's the fourth. Like, okay, well, I do have a question. So obviously, in the spirit of let's get past all of this, it just got heated. But we are obviously having this conversation because we want to be better, right? And we want to learn from our mistakes and progress. How then? The women in the chat or this podcast, how can us men now aid in you being soft? How can we aid in you being able to be in your femininity? And how can we aid you in that as men, right? And also, how can we properly understand you? Because it's the thing, we gotta don't worry about the camera being off. We have to also realize that
camera.
Chill out. We also have to realize that you know, there's there's a man and there's a woman. The way we communicate with each other is we're not going to ever really understand each other, even if we like 100% try, you know, like it's just there's two forms of communication always constantly going on. So maybe the women in the chat, you can help us. What can men do? Yes,
Wait,
go ahead.
let me just say one thing. Wait, hold on, Dave. Let me just say one thing first. Something you said is a way you can do that. Believing that communication can be had. Because how you said that we will never be able to communicate, that's a problem. Like, why won't we be able to communicate? It's just talking and listening and not being in the right or not trying to be right or wrong, but actually trying to resolve something. And I think that's one way. Okay, Danielle, I'm sorry.
So one way, because due to all the generational trauma and all of the stuff, it takes a lot of work. Because, I do psychiatry. It takes a lot of unpacking of a lot of that. And for us to actually each do the work on trying to learn more about each other's needs and learning how to better communicate, learning how to listen to understand instead of listening to respond. Just learning what the communication is between each other to improve that situation. And because I've actually had to do a lot of work on myself to get to where I am right now. Because before, I can tell you I can tell you about a year from now that I was not as in tune with, masculine, feminine energy and all of that information. I wasn't because I wasn't really interested in that. I was focused on school. So as far as how to effectively communicate with men, as how to, to be able to build that dynamic, it took a lot of work. It took a lot of self-education. So it takes for each person to make the effort to do that, because the information is not going to come to you. You have to make the effort to do that. For a lot of men, they're not even living in their masculine. If they're not even living in their masculine, they don't even know their purpose, and they're not living in their purpose. So that's another problem.
So his question is how can men make us feel like we can be in our own femininity? And the answer to that, something I realized is that, and this is not an insult to anybody on this panel, but men seem to prefer a more direct answer. So the direct answer to that question is step into your masculinity. Yes. That was kind of for me also.
I would say a way that you can help me, or that Black men can help me, is to understand that you are not me. And
no, we're not equal.
I try to, and I'm saying that because I practice this. So when I'm dealing with a man, I always like to get a male perspective, because I'm learning that we're different. So he might have done that, and to me, this is what it says. But I like to hear from another man or a few men, what do you say that this says? Because then I can go back and approach the situation from how he meant it and not how I took it. Right. So I'm understanding that we're different. So when I say something, don't internalize it as a man. Maybe have a female friend. Maybe if you're dealing with a female, I'll be your female friend. You can call me and say, well, Ashley, this is what she said. How should I respond to that? Or what did she really mean by that? Because I have a friend who his girlfriend said, we're not together. And so he was like, well, we're not together. And I was saying, no, that's not really what she meant. She really meant, this. I'm upset right now. I need a little space. And then as time went on, she verbalized that. He was like, oh, Dan, you was right. But he took it as we're separated. So he went and got somebody else. So I think that even though we say the same words, we don't always have the same meaning. That would help me to understand that you are not me, and try to get to know me. And then that will allow me to be soft, because I'll see that you're now leading with understanding. And it'll allow me to break down even more and be more vulnerable with you. Because believe me, for me, I want to be able to say everything that I feel. I want to be able to give all of my pain and worries and cares to a man who wants them and who cares about me, who worries about me. So I would love to give it over to him. But unfortunately, that's not always the case. So I have to hold it. And because I was not made to hold it, it comes off as aggression. So I apologize for my aggression. But I would definitely say Black men lead with the fact that she's a woman and you're not.
Yeah, did you think in that situation, did you think the guy was wrong for going and finding somebody else?
Me personally?
Based off what was communicated and how he understood it.
No, I don't think he was wrong because the words were said. I'm a by definition word person. I go by whatever the word is, however it's defined in the dictionary, that's what you mean. But as a woman, I understand that that was not her intent. She just didn't articulate her feelings correctly. So I think as the man, no, he wasn't wrong because he took the literal definition of what she said,
right.
And he's not a woman, so he's going to process it that way. And I feel she was wrong for saying it that way.
Yeah.
So I don't feel like he was wrong, unfortunately.
Would you back on something you said, Ashley?
Would you say that he was responsible for the trauma that she went through because of that? Who bears the responsibility of the trauma?
Again, I think that she said those words, and by English definition, that means you and I are not together. That you can do what you want to do.
Right.
Unfortunately, she said those words, so she's responsible for her trauma. Right. But we have to learn how to communicate better, and I think that goes to dealing with who you are. And I remember over a decade ago, I prayed, Lord, show me me. And that's a hard prayer to pray because when you start to show things, it's like, okay, now you have to deal with that. So I learned that words mean different things to different people. And that's why I stick to the definition of the word, because then you can't muddy that. If the words were said, I hate you, you might be meaning, I don't want to talk to you right now, get out of my face. But you said, I hate you. That's what you said. So, and I think men are very literal.
Oh, definitely.
So she was wrong in every way, I say.
I want to piggyback on something you what you're saying, Ashley, and what you're saying is 100% true. Like, men, we are direct, and we are literal. So whatever you say, that you said what you said. But I also have a good friend, and this is what's been helping me is he said this. He said men don't listen to women. And when he first said this to me, like, it was kind of confusing because I'm like, well, no, you saying what she's saying, but it's like, no, you're not listening to the undertone. Like, and you kind of hit right on it when you said, oh, we're not together, really means I just need some space, right? But truth be told, we as a man, if you don't understand that, like you said, women, that she's a woman and what she actually is saying is not what she's actually saying. It's the intentions behind what she's saying isn't the actual intentions. If you don't understand that as a man, then that's where things get lost in communication.
I think that could possibly be true, but the mere fact of I've dated women that said it was over, and that's what they meant. It was over. It wasn't no, hey, I just need some time apart. It's I ain't fooling with you like that.
But right? I think that.
But what I'm saying is, so when you experience both, right, you learn to take whatever is said as face value. I think I think there can be a specific undertone in certain instances where something may be communicated in terms of God, I'll get back to you on that, but
I'll say this. I'll say this. I think then it's on the men. It's on the men's job, and we gotta take the responsibility. It's on the men's job, whatever woman you're dealing with, to guide her, right? To show her, okay, because you just got to understand. All right, she's a woman. We'll agree to that, right? And I'm not saying we'll agree to say that she's a woman. It's up to the man now to say, okay, you know what? this is how we're going to communicate with each other. Okay. And I think a lot of times, most cases, I'm not in everybody's relationship, but I would assume that a lot of relationships that don't go well are because they don't establish those things from the beginning. Like, this is how I am. I'm a man. You got to be direct with me. You got to tell me, you got to say what you mean and say it straight. Right. And I think it's on the men now to say, you know what, look, whatever you're saying a bunch of stuff, but I need you to get to the crux of what you're saying. Like I'm like, are you mad? What are you mad about? Oh, I'm hungry. Okay, there it is. What do you want to eat? I don't know. Pick a place. And then the man has to say, okay, you know what? They got to make a decision. What do you know she like to eat? She like Chipotle or Panda Express? We're throwing examples out. You got between Chipotle and Panda Express.
Nigga,
all right,
that's
you know what?
lame.
But you also have to, I feel like you also have to, just like you want her to communicate how you want to be communicated to, you have to allow her and learn how she communicates also.
Yeah, it ain't one. That's what I'm trying to say. To me, your way sound is one way or no way. I'm just
how it sounds.
I'm just saying that's what it sounds like. I'm not saying that's what you intentionally trying to communicate. But I'm gonna stop because Ashley, you was finna say something.
But I want to say, because you said one woman said it's over, she meant it. Another one said it's over, and she didn't mean it. I think that in a relationship, when somebody is upset, or when she say, leave me alone, don't call me anymore, she don't really mean that. I think situationally dictates a lot, like what happened for her to say that. Because if you cheat on her and she's saying it's over, and she's like, pretty much she's probably over. I think a lot of it's situational, and I want to say that women are, like we just said, men are logical. Women on the flip side are more emotional, so we lead with emotion. So a lot of times men don't show emotion. So I've observed that women will say things to get an emotional response, whether she wants it or not. She needs to see some level of emotion from this guy, because then that's a meter on how much does he really care. So if I say we're over and he gives this certain reaction, I know he really cares. I don't really think that it's over. I don't want it to be over, but I need to say something because I'm an emotional being and I understand through emotion. So I need him to communicate through emotion. So I might say something very hard. I might say something belittling, not me personally, but she might say something belittling. She might say, you're not a man, whatever, because she needs an emotional response. So I think, and I think that also goes back to knowing who you are and being able to communicate effectively and articulate your feelings accurately. Because the woman doesn't. I don't believe we have to do that. I believe we should be able to say something. But in my experience, as a woman who I believe I'm articulate, I do believe I'm in tune with my emotions. I do believe I understand being angry over hungry. And I say that I have come in, for me, I'm very, very verbal. Like, I'll tell you what I like and what I don't like. And I'll say, hey, I need you to coddle me. Hey, I'm feeling vulnerable today. Hey, I need you to uplift me. I need this, and I'm weak in this area. And I find men who can't just say words. You can't even lie. I'm telling you what to say. Like, I'm literally spoon feeding you that I feel broken here. I feel maybe I have imposter syndrome as a business owner. I get that quite often. I'm gonna tell you my business. I always feel like, dang, am I really this? Like, am I good enough to be doing this? And so I need someone to say, yes, you're good enough. You're better than good enough. I'm telling you where I'm hurting, and I feel, because I've only dated black men, and the black men that I somehow am attracted to, ST3, they're not emotionally there for me. They can't emotionally get there, and to see me as a soft woman and be able to be a soft place to land.
She called your name because she's answering your question.
No, I call my name because unfortunately I call his name because I'm attracted to that personality type, but they're just not able to get there.
Well,
So it just never worked
you said it earlier. You said, you know, men aren't really emotional, and I mean that's the truth. Like men, we aren't emotional because the moment a man is emotional, you're viewed as weak. You are trampled
What's
over.
your lady though?
But even with your woman, I'm sorry, and not every woman, but with a woman. Now, the right woman, the woman that's for you, the woman that is intending for you, yeah, you can be that kind of a man with that woman. But how many women do we go through before we find that woman? You know, how many women do we go through before we get to that woman that is understanding of the plight we go through, not just as men, not just as black men, but just being in existence. You know what I'm saying? Like, not every woman understands that, and I will commend you, Ashley, because you are a mature woman than most, because you understand men, and you understand to the point where you have to be direct. And you know, a lot of women aren't willing to do that type of work, right? A lot of women aren't willing to be introspective like that and say, you know what, I know what I'm dealing with right now. This is how I got to handle what I'm dealing with. And by understanding that, you know, that's something that I applaud you for, because that, you know, you don't get that often. And like the realist said earlier, like, you're like an exception, you know, that, but it's not the rule, right? And I could probably say that for most of the women in this podcast. Well, you know, there's only 3 of you, but that you are the exception, not the rule. You get what I'm saying? And so, whereas there's things that you would do differently, we can't say that about everyone else, because based on experience, we don't get that. We don't get a space where you can be emotional. You know, I'm, whether you believe it or not, the sign that I am is known as the most emotional sign. You know what I'm saying? And
you a Gemini? No, you're a Cancer.
I am not no Gemini.
You're a Cancer.
Right. And you know that we are known as extremely emotional, but any kind of emotion is viewed as weak when it comes to men. You can't express yourself in certain ways, or else it's a sign of weakness. And so, you know, that is part of why there isn't an emotional availability some cases. But what I think it takes a woman understanding that, not only just from the level of race, but also just knowing, just, this is a man I'm dealing with, you know, that has to deal with so much, and any sign of weakness. Okay, so when he's here with me, he could be weak. If you want to be the little spoon, I'll be the big spoon and wrap up, you know, and wrap around him. You know what I'm saying? Anybody else see that? Hey, you know, like, hey, you know what I'm saying? If you want me to just, if you want to lay in my lap and I just, you know, rub your scalp and everything and do all the little, you know, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, this is a safe space for you to do that. It's okay for you to be open with me and to be emotional. Because when you go back out there, you can't be that. Because if you are, they're gonna walk all over you. They're gonna take what's yours. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, whether we want to see it or not, men have to be conquerors. Men have to be defenders. Men have to be warriors. Because at the end of the day, we got this delicate flower. We got these delicate, precious things that we got to protect. And if we go out there boo-hooing, which most cases, that's what happens with a lot of men in our society, is they are emotional where they're not supposed to be emotional. That's why 9 times out of 10, they're going to end up in a situation where it escalates farther than where it should. You know, and to go back to the things we were talking about earlier, the reason why I think and move the way that I do is because I realize that by being emotional in the places you should not be emotional will cause more problems for you, especially for a man, than if you're not. So if I'm a hard ass, I have to be. I can't, you know, especially for what I know my purpose is, for what I know that I'm supposed to be doing in this world. I can't be this emotional being. But I would love to be in the safe space where, all right, between the confines of this place, and it's not gonna, oh girl, you know what, I was over here, I was the big spoon and little spoon. Like, we don't need all, no, it needs to stay within the confines of what we got going on, and that's it. If something happened, I get upset. It's like, babe, you get mad. I can't believe this happened. It's like, babe, just, and you come in with that soft voice and just like, baby, it's okay. Like, come here, baby, it's all right. And it's like, ooh, that's one thing I will say. If you, I know y'all didn't ask, but as far as communicating with a man,
you got understanding
softer,
and giving information now.
The softer, listen.
I said he got understanding and giving free information now. All Ass said was my type ST, and this nigga turned into an R&B singer. Right?
I'm just trying to let you know. Listen.
I want to comment on that big spoon. If you anybody who's gonna listen to me,
hold on. I need to say something.
Wait, he didn't finish.
Oh, you still?
Well, I'll just say this. Listen, women here, women anywhere. The best, and this is free game right now. This is free game. The best way to get anything you want out of a man is to come in. The softer you are, oh my goodness, we do, like, you get us to do anything. Trust me, come in soft. Like, you just, like, even if that, just try your hardest. If it's not in you, come in so soft. Is like a man, wow, because that's what we like. We're being around men, and men are hard. You know what I'm saying? No, but like, men we're just hard creatures. We're always around. It's tough. Mm-hmm. Like, the last thing we want to come on to is another tough thing. You know what I'm saying? And we could take that even to just the
all right,
the act.
Let me
we could take that to the act. No man want to go on nothing hard. We want to go on something nice and soft and warm.
Okay. Wow.
You know what I'm saying? Like, so take that into consideration. When, like, that, men are hard, women that soft. So be soft all the way around.
And that's what Black women want to be. We want to be able to be soft.
Just do it.
Help us get there.
Like Nike, just do it. I think
help us get there.
Yeah.
Black
So
man.
yeah. All that. Now look,
what I was trying hard to say, I'd be soft.
No. What I was thinking was earlier, ST3, you had mentioned something about we started talking about caution and fear. Yeah. Right. Now I recognize why you associate the caution with fear, because as you started speaking about from an emotional standpoint about how you are cautious about it because of the fear that comes with, being able to be emotional. Now that makes sense on why you relate caution with fear, right? Because now you just communicate to me the reason why I'm like this, because I'm cautious, because I'm fearful that if I do show these emotions, it's not going to pan out the way it's supposed to. So I appreciate you communicating that, so I can have a better understanding of where that came from. That's one. The second part is, even when we was talking about in the context of as it related to caution and fear, you mentioned it in a way as if, well, if caution or fear is driving this thing, then it's not a positive thing, right? That's how you positioned it. But yet, and still, even when you communicated your caution and fear, right, it still led to that's not a good thing, right? So in you sharing that, I'm just trying to understand, like, because then that would be like hypocritical almost to say you shouldn't give in to the caution and fear, but yet even in these instances where it's time for you to be vulnerable, you give in to that same caution and fear that you saying others shouldn't give into. That's a weakness. You understand what I'm saying? I'm only pointing that out to say that caution and fear that you might consider as a weakness is not really a weakness. It's actually a strength when it's used in the proper context. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get what you're saying, and the whole thing about knowing what's right and then doing what's right to what you're saying is what it is. Because I know that this is what's right, but this is what I do. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. But you know what I'm saying? And I'm saying also in the point of like, you know, you also mentioned like kind of driving men setting the tone for like how the communication and everything is going to be. So, you know, even when you know, as we converse about it, right, I'm realizing like, okay, have you set the tone inside those relationships to where you couldn't land soft and be vulnerable, where you felt, where you didn't feel comfortable? Because for me myself, I try to go into relationships just being me. I'm emotional. I communicate. I'm gonna talk about how I feel. I'm gonna tell you how you ain't gotta guess. You ain't gotta guess with me, because I don't even play no games. I'm gonna tell you exactly how I feel. If I think your breath stink, I'm gonna say I think your breath stink. You know what I'm saying? You ain't gotta. You feel what I'm saying? And I'm gonna be emotional and stuff like that, and I'm gonna communicate, right? And then based off of that, you know what I'm saying, I'm gonna find out where I can land at, if I'm gonna land soft, because I realize sometimes we come from two different type of environments, right? So what I might consider to be landing soft that might not be her definition of it. You understand what I'm saying? So it's like, how is it communicated to your partner, to the woman, that hey, here's how I like to land soft as it relates to this, so I can be myself and I don't have to live in this fearful place, right? This cautious place, and but I can be with you and be connected and still deal with the outside world and still be vulnerable to the outside world, right? Because you know what I'm saying, I don't think there's nothing wrong with having boundaries from the outside world, but I think you kind of lose yourself. I believe that you can lose yourself by being too restricted, the where you know what I'm saying, you can't really have the joy of the experience of what's going on. You understand what I'm saying? So that's all I was just kind of wanting to share with you and pick your brain on that.
Well, I mean, I think for me personally, like I like directness. You know, I like just say what you mean, because you know, I don't got time to be trying to interpret what it is, like what it is you feel. I rather you just tell me, hey, I'm mad. Well, why are you mad? Well, because you did XYZ. Well, okay. All right. And if I go ahead and process and I'm like, okay, I did do XYZ. All right. Well, then I'll try to be better in this place next time so that XYZ doesn't happen. Bam. Versus most cases, what it is, like what happened with you, the realist, where it's like, oh, you say one thing, but you really meant that the other thing. Now I'm trying to figure out what it is you're saying. It's like, I got other things to be doing. I got other things that I should be doing, you know, like, and every minute that I'm spending away from what I'm supposed to be doing and putting in energy towards that, where we could just easily solve this thing like that, then it becomes an issue for me. And so personally for me,
my bad.
What you laughing?
No, I got, nah, somebody had text me something real good, threw me off.
Okay.
So it's about being direct. It's about communicating. Yeah, I grew up different. I grew up, I grew up a pretty relatively hard life, you know, and that's not to say anything is different now, but obviously everybody has a purpose in this world. The more tougher your life is what's preparing you to come down, down the line. So all me being tough and being hard is just preparing me for whatever I have to do down the line as it relates to my purpose. But that's also now, okay, I'm not trying to say it's my way or the highway, but it kind of is, because and that's no disrespect, because somebody's gonna get it. Somebody's gonna understand it. Somebody's gonna say, okay, you know what? I see what you have, and that word comes back to the conversation we had last week about you help me. You know what I'm saying? There is a purpose. Every man has a purpose, and there is someone there to help you meet that purpose. So your help me is gonna understand how to help you in every sense, even when it comes to communication, when it comes to, all right, when I need to be soft, when I need to be, hey, you need to get your ass up and go to work. Like, hey, all this what you got going on, like, I don't get that. Because sometimes you need that too. I need a little bit of all that. I need somebody to, hey, get up. Like, go ahead, Ashley.
It's just, it's a lot I want to say. I think that the help me and the purpose, I agree. But I also agree, like you said, we both have a purpose. So it's your job to help me to reach mine. This is not your way or the highway. This is, we're on this highway together, and let's both get to where we're going together. Like, if you could be traveling north and I'm traveling south, either way, it doesn't matter. Like, be accommodating to the other person on the road, which is me. Hey. And I feel like I do want to say, because you said being very direct in how you feel. I don't want to paint this narrative that I am 100% verbalizing everything. I do want someone who pays attention to me to understand certain words that I say. And I'll give you something for free. I'll say I'm tired. Like, that's my thing when I'm like when I've hit a wall. I might not say I hit a wall, but when I say I'm tired, that means every part of my life is hard right now. And I want a guy who is paying attention enough to know that that's what I mean without having to spell it out every time. So I think that, I think for me, as a mother, a business owner, whatever, I'm hard all the way around. But when I'm with my guy, I want to be soft completely. I don't want it to be a fluctuation of softness. I want to be completely soft. And then when we're not together, I got on my armor and I'm good. When I'm with him, I don't want no armor on. You know what I'm saying? So I think that there's a level of harshness sometimes, like the realist, your breast stink. And he know his communication is not my communication. That's, to me, is harsh. And I wouldn't want something like that. I want you to say that softer, because I want to be completely soft with my guy. So I would need somebody to be softer with me. And some guys think that I want it too soft sometimes. Not that, but
Oh my gosh.
verbal. So yeah, I mean, I think it's just understanding the woman, and everybody's different. And just because you dated Tina last week and Tina was a certain kind of way, Ash different, and when you date Brandy, she'll be different. So it's like, learn the woman.
So what I'll do then is, if your breath stink, I'll put a Tic Tac in my mouth, and then when we kissing, I'll transfer it to yours. All right.
I almost threw up. Yeah, just leave it on. Just leave it on.
Just leave it, don't say nothing.
And just say it jokingly, because like I would say, suck on it, don't chew it. Like you need to suck on, let it slowly seep in. Just say it in a joking way, like let's laugh about it, but don't just like your breath stink. Because I'm like, well, dang, dude.
Oh, I mean, it's how you say it, obviously,
Right.
and obviously you just got to know here.
What if I say, "Damn, babe"?
I wouldn't mind that, because I think it's joking.
Yeah. So I do stuff like that too. But
you be like, I hear what you.
Talking about. I'll give a combination. Now I'm a chameleon. Now I'm gonna tell you the breast thing, but I do be like, damn, babe. You know what I'm saying? I will say that.
Yeah, I think it's understanding your woman, but then I think at the same time is a woman understanding a man, because it's like, if you're with the realist, then he got that.
I've heard him
direct
say
joking.
Breath smell like onions. Well, you've been eating a lot of garlic today. I'm like, dang, how you talking to this girl like that?
Yeah, so that's
hold on. Hold on, time out. Is that not a real logical question? I gotta get on camera. Is that not a real logical question?
I wouldn't take offense to that.
Yeah, if you smell garlic, you'd be like, you ate a lot of garlic today? Your breath smell like garlic. You see, you laugh. You see what I'm saying? You laugh because hey, because that's exactly how I'm gonna say it too.
I couldn't be with you long term. That you'd be giving some hard critiques and some. I couldn't be with you long term. We would never work out.
Why? I ain't fun.
Yeah, but
you're matter of fun.
Like when you talk about that girl feet one time, and I'm like, why you saying that to her? It's just like, but they still be with you, so I guess you're doing something right.
Well,
but
like, here's the thing: if the woman likes you, then they understand you and they're willing to deal with you however you are.
Listen, I'm not just critical like that. Now I do communicate like how I feel. Man, you look amazing. Oh shoot, let me see that egg. You know what I'm saying? You feel like I say stuff like that. I'm gonna pull on it tonight. Stop playing with me. I like stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Walking by me smelling like that. All right, you must want to get. I'm just as on the other side of the spectrum. I'm all the way live. You feel what I'm saying?
So you know what you're getting. Basically, you know what you're getting with the realist.
Oh, you gonna know?
Realist
Yeah.
He's the joking. He's the joking. I'm gonna say it on this end, but then you gotta expect it to be on the negative end too. So just same way with me with the direct. If I'm gonna say something harsh on one end, but I'm gonna be as loving on the other end as well, the same way. Like if I said, "Oh, I won't say your breath stank," like I'll insinuate it.
Right, you're feeding her Tic Tacs that you already sucked on, that you took the mint from already.
Well, I mean, interestingly enough, I haven't really been in a situation where the woman's breath stinks. So I hadn't had. I hope I don't got no wood to knock on. I hope I don't got to be in that situation because I'm not a harsh. I'm not that harsh of a person. Y'all can say what y'all want. You can look how you want, but what y'all experiencing here ain't what I am with my woman. That's not. Now I am direct, and I am. I say what I said, and I mean what I mean. And that's just what it is. But ultimately, like, we're certain things. I'm not gonna hey yo whatever stinks. Like I said, I haven't really been in too many situations where I had to say it, and I hope that I'm not. Normally, the women I deal with are relatively clean and have good hygiene, and take care of themselves. So, and I tend to stay away from women who don't. Like, we don't cross lines, and if they see me, I'm probably not attracted to them anyways, because I like a woman who take care of herself. I like a woman who's aware, and so with that being aware, everything gonna be clean, everything gonna be smelling right, everything gonna be functioning the way it need to be functioning for the most part. Now if you off a little bit, I'm gonna say, hey, you need to take care of yourself. Like if you eating foods that's not good for you, but hey, you shouldn't be eating these foods because it's like obviously you're like it's making you sick. If it's like, all right, you're gaining weight with it, I'm like, well, it's probably not a healthy choice for you. Like you should probably
she might be pregnant if she start gaining that weight, and you might have dropped the seed in her.
I haven't had that experience yet, so
I want to say another thing, like a way to make a woman feel soft. I want to say it for because the term high value man is always like up in the air, and I like to think I'm a high value female.
You are
or woman. I think another way of making us feel soft is small gifts, not like buying me stuff, but go pump my gas, like get my car and go fill up my tank.
See,
like
when you will be with me forever because I do stuff like that all the time. You wouldn't want to leave me because
your words is toxic. Your words is toxic. And I'm a words person. Words is my top love language. But little stuff like is my top love. Like that's my highest love language.
Say my words are toxic.
Oh yes, they me and you'll be fighting all day. I think that, but that's another thing. Like small things like that makes me feel soft, puts me in a soft position. Like just little things, like taking those things off my plate. Like a dude, no one knows. I can't say no one knows, but most people never come to my house. Like they don't know where I stay. But if a dude come to my house, take my trash out. Like that would make me feel so soft because that's one less thing I have to do. And I deem that as his job. Like if I was in a marriage or we live together, I think that'd be something more he does. So for a guy to do those things for me makes me feel soft.
Okay.
Just want to say that. The end.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yep. I agree. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that. Just doing what you can as a man. And like I said, I'm sure you all have a perception of who I am just based off. They
Don't
have a
assume.
perception,
Don't
but
make that assumption.
yeah, you can't make the assumption just based off. I have my opinions, and and they are my opinions, and everybody is subjected to opinions, and I've been the kind of man who spent most time and time again not really dealing with my opinions, and and so they are what they are, but that doesn't take away from me being who I am, and only the woman that I'm with will experience the true man that I am.
I want to say I don't view you in a negative way. I want to say that I think that some things you say just don't sound right, but I don't think that that's what you really believe at the core of you. I just think you didn't phrase it in the best way. So
I
I
could
don't
agree
I
with
don't
that.
think that you're negative. I don't think that you're whatever, but I think some of the things when it comes out is hurtful or harmful. But I really do give you the benefit of the doubt. And I believe that you're a strong black man who would do well with a strong black female, 1000%.
And I'm going to agree with that in our interactions outside of this. Prior to this, I don't think you're, you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. I don't think you're a bad person, because I
Yeah.
feel like you know me in the instance where if I think you a bad person, I ain't got a problem not talking to you. I ain't got a problem not dealing with you. I do think, like Ashley said, some of your statements are offensive, and though I do believe you mean them, I think the phrasing is off, or it could be phrased differently to communicate in a way that so I should talk to a guy, and he would always say, not always, but he would say, what can I say to make sure we're talking the next day? So he was like, I have issue with you, but how can I say this to make sure that we're talking the next day? I think you'd be like, if we talk tomorrow, well. So
Who, me?
yeah, I feel like you.
Oh. I mean, nowadays, yeah, because you spend so much time worrying and trying to like walk on eggshells with people, and you start to lose parts of yourself. You get what I'm saying? And so this is me gaining parts of myself. Now, obviously, yeah, there's ways to say things, and I understand that, and some things I do say are controversial, to be controversial, because I'm a very controversial person. If you don't believe it, go Google my name and you will see an article of me being very controversial that still sticks with me till this day, and that's just me. I'm a very controversial person, but at the same time, like, it's not to say that I don't care, and I don't listen. I don't think that's it at all. Like, I do. I look at this as every day I'm here is to get better. Every day that I'm alive, every day God bless me with another day, is to be a better person. So, how do I be a better person today now than I was yesterday? And obviously having this conversation that's now, ticking up to close to 5 hours,
Right.
but it was important. We went through all the levels that we needed to go through. Went through just a basic conversation, went through being at each other's necks, to now, we're actually having civil discourse. You know what I'm saying? We're having a conversation. So, and these are all things that we need, to be better people. And this is only going to make me a better man at the end of the day, because I hear you, and I, at the end of the day, want to be with a black woman, I want to appreciate her for her entirety, whatever she decides. I have my preference, obviously. I have my preference of how I want that presented, but at the end of the day, I will support, and if you're the one for me, I'll support and cherish you in that way, right? But ultimately, I got my preferences, and I want to appreciate her in that light, and not what society is telling her to do. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what, at the end of the day, that's who we really are. We're not who society tells us to be. We are who we are at the core, of who God made us to be. You know what I'm saying? You know, Brandy looking like what's
And
that?
while you look for this person, and
What's
while
that?
you look for this person,
Yeah.
I do suggest you give her some grace as well. Because just like how you have to grow as a person, she might need to evolve as well. And you need to give her the space to do that. Because in the presence of a healthy masculine man, any woman can become very feminine.
And
You-
any woman wants to become very feminine.
exactly.
Noted.
But again, you do have to communicate on her level just as she has to communicate on your level. So when she's speaking to you, she can be direct, but when you're speaking to her, you may have to be less direct.
Oh, and I understand that. Like I said before, like once a good friend of mine told me that men don't understand women, and I didn't understand what he was saying by that. But then, obviously through the course of just us working with each other, then I'm like, oh yeah, you're right. And I have done a lot of work to try to understand women, and I trust me, I understand them a lot more now than I did before, and you know, I realize that women are very emotional. They are extremely, extremely emotional. But I
By
think
nature.
by nature, yeah, by nature, you're extremely you lead with emotion, and so it logic and reasoning. That's not the best way to lead, but in every situation. But as a man, I realize that you have to still remain logical, because the moment you go emotional in certain situations, then it's not going to help either one of you.
Right. Logic is important. Somebody has to be logical. Somebody has to be.
Right. But
Um,
understanding emotion is right as well. Understanding
right.
it, know how to deal with it.
Agreed. Anybody have any final words? I'm gonna try to beat this before the 5 hour mark because I feel like it was great conversation. Great conversation. Um, hey, it is what it is. Anybody have anything that
I
they
would
want to?
I would like to say that people are some of their experiences, and people should be handled with grace because of that knowledge.
Anyone else? Okay. Well, I'll say.
Uh,
Oh, go ahead.
No, I
yeah.
enjoyed the conversation as well. I think that we definitely learned a lot. I am available to be to talk through some situations,
For sure.
as it pertains to women or whatever the case. So I just want to offer that, and I will hope that all the men on this panel could be the
I'm the
same.
only one left.
No, I'm speaking. I think the realist is
Okay.
still on. Did he
Yeah.
log off already?
Yeah.
Or the men that was on this panel, Oscar included, would be the same. Could be the same for me for sure.
Um. Yeah. I'll say that. I think at the end of the day, doing more of these kind of conversations, agreeing to disagree, and realizing that we got a bunch of different factors, come in what Dr. Jackson said. I completely agree. Who we are is the sum of our experiences, and so understanding that, but then realizing, okay, let's try to come to a understanding with one another, and that's what I'm all about at the end of the day. I'm I I want to understand as much as I can. People, may not agree and may not support it to the 100%, but I want to understand it, because at the end of the day, I'm not Christ, but I want to be as close to that as possible, and he understands way more than I would be able to even fathom, right? But if I can at least be the 1/10 of that, then I think I'm doing a decent job. And so that's, at the end of the day, that's why I come here, and I will continue to come here. And I know, and I will until I get banned or something.
I can ban you.
Yeah, and I will agree with the people I agree with. I will disagree. But at the end of the day, it's all about learning. It's all about being better people. That's all I got to say.
And the last thing I'll say is, I hope we can take note. Did you see that when you combed And when you became even keeled, all the women followed suit for the most part. So we don't mind leadership. We enjoy leadership. But your behavior is going to influence your household's behavior. And that's how I'll end that.
Great. There it goes.
I enjoyed everybody. I did. The discourse, the agreements, all that jazz. I appreciate it. I do have next week's topic, but I do not have it on me. Don't judge me. I'll post it on Facebook. Thank y'all. I appreciate y'all. See y'all next week.
Bye, y'all.
Same
Good
place.
night.
Good night.
Good night. Oh, y'all gonna be on here late. I don't know if we're gonna be okay. So I don't even know what we went from here to there to here to there and kind of got back to there from here, but it was all good, So thank you all for commenting, the viewers, everybody who watches but don't come in live, everyone who comments in the comment section. You are greatly appreciated. You are more than welcome to continue to do either or both. Even if you're on the live for a couple of minutes and then you jump off and get back to the comment section, please feel free to do that. It is all because of you that we are growing in views. We're growing in panelists. It is all because of you. So much appreciation. And we look forward to seeing you every Wednesday, Lord willing. And if I can, I will have somebody host it. So every Wednesday, 9 p.m. for Raw News No Fluff and Question Time. All right.